Debate night. Welcome to Norm Max Show. Host robnoerr. Man, it's great to be here. Doing what I love to do the most on these shows. A debate. I'm very excited for this one. We're doing a debate on reparations. Austin Off Script, I believe is the guy's name's channel. So I'm going to be joining the audio call shortly. What's today's date? But I did want to say real quick a couple things to lead into. One, send your donations. Thank you, Naughty Germ. Always appreciate the $5, man. That's number one. Promise. I will read them all by the end of the show. Secondly, the only thing the modern day debate does that I'm not a big fan of is they use Zoom. Historically, my computer's had trouble with Zoom, like just crashing and shit like that. So if that happens, I promise I'll come right back. If worse comes to worse, I'll let you guys know somehow to go over to Modern Day Debate and watch the debate. I'll put the link out. Now, you should support Modern Day Debate, don't get me wrong, but support me more, But I will put the link to their show just in case all else fails and I can only like call in through the phone or whatever. I don't know what it is with my shit computer and Zoom. Third, I wanted to real quick talk about my strategy this evening. Supposedly, Austin is a Republican. Now, I think he has left-wing tendencies and is pushing a cultural Marxist narrative. However, seeing as how we're heading to election season, I am trying my best to build bridges as much as possible. So I'm going to try to be affable, and I'm going to try to be likable. I think that he's going to be very hostile. Thank you for the $5, left-handed assassin. That's my prediction, that he'll be very hostile, want to interrupt, and I'm going to try to build a bridge and be like, look, at the end of the day, if I was black, I'd be less pissed about reparations and more pissed about the Democrats that give a shit more about illegal immigrants than they do your own communities. In fact, they're inundating black inner city communities with illegals, and that should piss you off. And that's where I hope you redirect your anger. So that's largely going to be my strategy. I have watched through about half of the debate he did with another gentleman here a couple weeks ago on Sean Kelly's show. So for what that's worth, I think I have a decent idea of what some of his arguments are. And at least, I said that I had an alternative strategy that was designed to be pretty brutal and hostile. I'm not going to do that because arguably YouTube's TOS wouldn't have liked it. But I think I'm going to be pretty pointed. I'm not going to pull any punches. I'm just going to do so in an affable way. So I think I got a pretty good handle on this debate, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So I had these debates in the past quite often, or similar debates on systemic racism back in the George Floyd days. So I spent a lot of time today digging up my old sources. Some of them may be somewhat outdated, but I think most of like the crime data and shit like that still largely is continued on the same trend. So there is no excuse for me in the sense that I'm not prepared or anything. Definitely prepared for this type of debate. Seems like a debate my opponent's prepared for. So that's kind when both sides are debating something they're comfortable debating. So good luck to him. I'm going to have fun. You all get your super chats in. I'm going to take that bar down, and I'm going to try to join this Zoom call. Let's see how that works. This fucking thing. Meeting passcode. PC load letter. What the fuck does that mean? No, I'm just kidding. All right, let's see. Audio. Yeah, that's good. Camera. Yep. Check. Okay. Check. Oh. They'll probably test my audio. Hello, not James. What's up, man? I know who it is. Your name says James down at the bottom, though. I was making a little jest, just a little jest. Maybe did you like eat him and steal his soul, and now you are James? Do I got to call you Doctor now? No, when you meet him in person, he's deceptively a bigger dude. Like not in a bad way. Like he's fit. Yeah. I'm going to start streaming here, but I could lower if you want to go over the rules or something with me and the opponent when it comes on. I just want to check my audio and visual on my end.
Good.
All right, let's see how this is working. All right.
Just waiting for him to join so I can get the camera set up.
I once more will implore you and James, get something different than Zoom. I hate Zoom. It crashes my computer constantly. I don't know what the issue is with it, but
yeah, I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. I think he's open to always getting better.
If my computer does crash, I'll be right back on, even if I have to get on through the phone. It's only happened like twice in the past 3 years, but I suppose it's a possibility. So.
Makes sense. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen.
Like I said last time, you could just accuse me of running.
He's running.
Can you all hear me on my end and Mike?
Check.
Oh,
hello.
Jake Rattlesnake yelling at me. Rotten bastard. Has he debated over a modern day debate yet?
Oh, yeah, I think so. He
did the in-person debate con that I was at.
Yeah.
He's like the more handsome, less talented version of me. I think that's how I would put it. Like if you took 50% of my debatability, but increased my attractiveness by like 1 or 2%, you'd have Jake, you know? Give him an accent. Throw an Australian accent, you know?
I've always wondered how American accents sound to everybody else, and I've watched a few funny videos on it, but I think they're all just obsessed with saying cheeseburger.
Well, I never knew that. I lived in the same fucking area my whole life, like 20 minutes my whole life, this radius, and it's about an hour 45 minutes northeast of Pittsburgh. So when I started debating in college was the first time I ever really traveled, and right out of the gate, people be the school I debated for was Clarion. No one knew where Clarion was. As soon as we'd start talking, they're like, Pittsburgh? Sorry. I didn't realize I have a Yinzer accent, but apparently.
A what accent?
They call it Yinzer. Like
Yinzer.
In Pittsburgh, we say yins instead of
Never
y'all.
heard of them.
Yeah, so they call us Yinzers. This is quite...
Hey, Julio, how's it going? Can you hear me?
I can. How's my audio, guys?
Sounds good to me.
All right, I'm just get
How are you, brother? Good to see you.
Camera set up.
Yeah, thank you for doing this. I think it's going to be a blast. Can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer. Are you going to vote for Republicans in the midterms, and would you still support like the Republican candidate for president in 2020?
You know, largely, and I genuinely do. I think that the Republican Party still has the better platform for us right now, but I think that there's just there's really only a few issues I have with the Trump administration, but I have to call it out. You know, I think he should have took the Charlie Kirk approach. You know, Charlie said we don't need to go to war with Iran. There were a lot of things that we've done with Iran now that I don't think we should have done. But I think in the midterms, the Republicans should still win if they start actually doing more outreach to Black Americans. Honestly, I don't see a reason for them to lose. They just have to not buy into the fear that the left has completely bought off the Black community. I think they'd be fine if they stop believing that mythology.
Yeah, you know, it sort of affected my strategy a little here because I'll be honest with you, like it's a debate. We're going to go hard at each other as we should. I don't take any of it personally. But I think at the end of the day, I'd love to talk to you about one of the things I've always tried to do. I'm in Pennsylvania, so I've tried to reach a lot of groups in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia that are predominantly like Black business owners and sort of talk about the importance of voting Republican, because although it's not a perfect party, and I agree with you on Iran, by the way, I think that it's the best path forward for all Americans, including Black Americans, because I think that you're seeing right now, there's more of a concern with Democrats of like immigrants than there are like Blacks that have been here for 150, 200 years. So for me, it's definitely, I'm going to be talking a lot of shit tonight. Not rudely, I'm not going to try, but at the end of the day, I think ultimately we probably have the same agenda as far as which party has the direction to move forward.
Oh, absolutely. You know? I mean, the whole and I said this on, forget, it was with Blanche and them on a podcast a couple of days ago. The one primary reason I want to see Black people get some form of a reparations payment is so that we can finally shut the hell up about racism. I think it is one of the most boring conversations to have in this country, but the problem is it's not why reparations is such a big deal and why the Democrats have been able to co-opt this for so long is because they're appealing to emotion without providing any solid logical framework for how we get this done. That doesn't mean you cut I'm going to say this in the debate, but that doesn't mean you cut black people a check for $250,000 all at once. That would destroy any objective economist. That would destroy the U.S. economy.
Yeah.
But the United States is still guilty of never even issuing so much as a formal public apology to black Americans for slavery, as it did to the Japanese Americans, as it does to the AAPI groups, as it does to all these other disenfranchised nations and ethnoses of people. So at minimum, some acknowledgement of America saying we actually committed a grave moral sin. Here's how we're going to fix it. Because you'll never really be able to go back and correct the issue, honestly. And nobody that with a brain is going to think that.
Yep, I hear you. But it's always interesting to find areas of agreement. Because I've seen you like kind of pointing out how Destiny's too radical and other things like that. And so I was like, I think there's probably room for agreement on some issues.
Think, one thing about me that you're going to find, a lot of people want to box me into the left, and then the what I would call the radical conservatives, they want to say you're not conservative enough. I'm like, no, you gotta, and that's why I've started identifying with Christian populism, because there is an entrenched problem in this country, but it's not inherently Republican, it's not inherently Democratic. It's a sin problem. What party talks about that more openly? The Republicans. So I got to side with the people that are closest to truth. And when they go away from what I think is the truth and what I can prove is the truth, you call it out. I think that's how all Americans should be voting.
All right, guys. I'm about to start the stream. Sorry to interrupt.
Perfectly fine. Hey, it's going to be fun. Thank you as well, Mike, for being here. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It is an honor to meet you, brother. It's an honor to be here.
Yes, sir. James has been overwhelmed with the conference stuff. It's going to be awesome. He's already planning for the fall right now. So we should be good for that too. All right. I'm going to hit it over to the intro and we're going to start the stream. Going live now. Cool. Let me just double check that it's working. Oh, great. The comments already coming in that I'm James.
It's a solid joke, so.
Yeah, no, it's been going for about 5 debates now ever since the Jay Dyer, Captain Tazariak one, because Captain kept calling me James.
I'll try my best.
Yeah, it's all good, bro.
How was the Tazariak debate? I don't think I've watched that one yet.
It was intense from a moderator standpoint.
I'm going to be debating him soon again on Sean's show. That's an interesting guy, I tell you.
Is Brian Shapiro moderating? No. Okay.
My audience is a big fan of Brian Shapiro.
You got to love Brian. Brian's a good guy. I debated him once before. He's a good guy.
He has to see my penis. I don't know about that.
Oh God! Oh no, but not that. No, we don't want to see that. We don't want those problems.
No.
It's working.
You know what? My laptop. It looks like this battery is somehow, for some reason, it's about.
Yeah, you got about a minute.
I got about a minute. Give me one. Let me.
$30 seconds. You got some coffee, Rob?
I drink just these little flavor packets of energy I put into my water. So
Nice. Just mainlining the caffeine.
Yeah, try.
All right. 10 seconds. Where you at, Julio? Or Austin?
Oh, bam.
Do you prefer Austin or Julio?
Either one, but
Okay.
most people just call me Austin. Once they get to know me, so Austin's fine.
Awesome. You can
Because
just
the
call me
YouTube
Mike.
is off script, so.
All right, here we go. All right, guys, welcome back to Modern Day Debates. We got a good one for you tonight. Before we get started, like the video, share, subscribe if you're not. And big thanks to our debaters here for coming on. We got DebateCon 8 coming up in July, and that's going to be awesome. Get your tickets while you still can. And also, I would like to mention, if you didn't know, we are on TikTok, we are on Facebook, and we got a Clips channel on both of those, I believe. So yeah, check those out. Tonight's debate is going to be on should there be race-based reparations? We got Dr. Austin Julio Broughton. Did I say Broughton right?
Yeah, and it's Dr. Julio. Like I always tell one, it's a nickname, folks. Relax.
All right, he's on the pro side of that, and then we got Mr. robnoerr on the no side of that. And without further ado, we're going to get into it. We're going to do 5 to 10 minute openings. If you guys want to take the whole time, you can. If you don't have to. And then a 60-minute open dialogue, which can encase a rebuttal to each other's openings if you'd like. And then a 30-minute Q&A, minimum. That I usually go a little longer because the audience is always engaged here. So yeah, without further ado, we'll hand it over to Dr. Julio. Get it started with a 10-minute opener, and I'll start your time when you start talking.
All right. Well, first of all, I'm happy to be here, Rob. It's an honor to meet you, honor to be with you here. I'm glad to be on Modern Day Debate. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to read from the notes here. I want to begin by saying something very clearly. This conversation is not fundamentally about hatred towards white Americans. It's not about revenge. It's not about collective guilt. And it's not about reducing human beings down to skin color. This is simply about one thing: whether or not the U.S. government has a measurable responsibility for damages that it directly created, enforced, protected, legalized, subsidized, and prolonged over the course of centuries. That's a fundamentally different argument, because when people hear the word reparations, many immediately imagine emotional, racial conflict. But I'm asking a deeper legal, historical, and moral question. One of the first chief justices of our country said that a black man had no rights that he as a white man was bound to respect. That began a system that codified one thing, what Dr. King would call the thingification of the Negro. And we are the only group in American history that was stigmatized purely based on the color of our skin. And when we were set free via the Emancipation Proclamation, we were given no initial land to cultivate, no food to eat. It was freedom, to quote Dr. King, it was freedom to the rains and the winds of heaven. And so for that was then over the next 100+ years, the system of Jim Crow economically excluded black Americans from equal economic and social uplift. And so what I think reparations should be is some form of a repair done to compensate us for the disenfranchisement that was legally codified at one point. I'm not sitting here arguing for $250,000 like Dr. Sandy Darity and everyone else. That would bankrupt the U.S. economy, and that is a foolish notion. There is a way, however, to get some form of a cash-based payment and land grants or targeted federal assistance for housing. Targeted assistance for increasing black education, and even targeted marriage incentives, because the black community suffers from one of the lowest marriage rates in the nation. I think that if the government makes an effort to follow the initial plan set forth by Daniel Patrick Moynihan in 1965, that would lead to some of the greatest form of reparations we could see. You're never going to be able to make everybody happy, obviously. But I would just close by saying reparations doesn't always mean inflating the already 97% devalued currency that we have. It means acknowledging a grave moral sin and providing some degree of payment for it. If slave owners were compensated legally by the federal government, if President Johnson did not honor the reparations plan started by William Tecumseh Sherman, it's unpaid labor doesn't go well for me, not in my book, and I don't think it should for any of us. And I'll just you can have the rest of that time, Rob.
Okay. I think you're muted, Mike.
All right, I just unmuted and it remuted. That's weird. All right, I'll start the timer whenever you start talking, buddy.
Thank you so much. It is an honor to be here. Mike, as always, Big Mike, and Dr. Julio. I'm going to call you Doctor just because it makes you sound better than me, which you probably are, because I'm not that educated. I have a master's degree, but I'm not going to make you call me Master Rob. That would be awkward given the topic of this debate, right? So we'll just skip all that. I think it's going to be an interesting debate. I really I'm looking forward to the opportunity. So much of the debates I've been doing lately are sort of philosophical stuff, and that's not really my jive. This is something you can sink your teeth into, which is actually talking about policy prescriptions. One thing I do want to say before we start, this will probably get somewhat heated, but I think me and the doctor here are both adults. We can handle it. And we both talked before the show. I think we have a vision of wanting sort of more right-wing identities to drag the country in that direction. And in particular, at this point, despite many flaws we both would see with the Republican Party, thinking that's the better direction to go from the midterms and going forward. And I think I've even heard you say that you plan on running for Congress. That's something I did in the past, and I wish you great luck with that. So at the end of the day, I hope that I'll be able to convince the good doctor here and possible portions of his audience that I actually have the right side of this debate and give some suggestions of ways that I could see advancing the Black community, which admittedly I'm not part of, as you might be able to tell, but still I want this country to be good for all of the citizens of this country, as opposed to the hyper-focus we see on groups like immigrants and illegal immigrants, which I think is hurting us all. I think that a lot of this debate is going to hinge on this. The idea that this isn't about individual peoples being responsible or having to pay, but instead about an entity, in this case, the United States federal government. But when you get down to it, the United States federal government, and particularly when you're talking about payments and programs that they should do would cost money, it's not an entity as is something that's been this non-living entity that will exist in perpetuity. It is made up of individuals. And that's the problem. That's all the government really is. It is the collective of us, the people of this country. The monies and programs that come out of it isn't monies that the government has. It's monies that come from us paying, whether it be through direct taxation or inflation, other such things that then will harm or benefit the people once more of this country. So I believe it's a misnomer to say, no, this isn't about individuals paying. It's not about particularly blaming white people or people whose ancestors did something. It's about blaming this entity. Well, the problem with that is the group that pays isn't that entity. On paper, you might say it's the U.S. federal government paying, but in reality, it's me. And it's Mike, and it's all of you in the audience, and it's everyone that won't be receiving these reparations, whichever form they take, that will ultimately be paying. And the question is, why should we be responsible for the sins of the past? Now, I have an advantage in this debate because I recently saw Austin here debate someone else on this very topic, and I kind of knew some of the arguments he was going to make, so I think it's worth sort of outlining some of the defense that I'll play. A lot of that will be that I actually do believe this is a cultural Marxist position. And I actually think these sorts of mentality of putting groups in the group that is benevolent and oppressed versus the group that is malevolent and the oppressors is actually what leads to our country going in a bad direction in the first place. And I think it's particularly true in exacerbating problems that we see in the Black community. The more that the Black community has adopted sort of a victim mindset since like the war on poverty began, the more programs that were said to be put forth to benefit the Black community, based on almost all available metrics, we've seen a disparity grow for Black Americans, and not just white, but other groups that outperform white Americans that were formerly groups that we said were institutionally discriminated against, such as Asian Americans. Asian Americans, by the way, which were negatively impacted by official policies later than Jim Crow. And yet they're not only outperforming Blacks, they're also outperforming whites. So I think that what you'll see is there's this sort of God of the gaps argument where a lot of people that want to make these arguments about reparations or about systemic racism, etc., they point to anything that there's an unequal outcome. So any profession that you could say, it's the Black population's 13%, but they're only 5% of this population, and they say racism, slavery, Jim Crow. But that's correlative. There's no proof that that's causative. In fact, I would point to a different argument. I think that the arguments that Austin's making directly will make things worse for the Black community because there's no amount of programs or reparations that could be given that will ever be satisfactory. If that doesn't work, they'll say, well, we should have more. And instead, it drives a wedge further between Black Americans and the rest of Americans where there's animosity that's created. And on top of that, it further entrenches the idea that Black Americans don't have agency and they deserve something because of historical mistreatment. The truth is, if we go back far enough, all of our ancestors at one point or another were historically mistreated. And so I'll have a lot of defense to play on the specific arguments he may make, but I do want to outline the 6 points of offense that I think that I'll be talking about mostly through this debate. The first is sort of semantical and has to do with the topic, but I still think it's important. And it is there should not be a race-based, only based on race. Instead, any reparations that would ever be given should be directly to the person that was harmed. It should not be based on a category such as race. For example, a quarter of Black Americans living in the United States today, according to a current population survey of the Census Bureau, are immigrants. They did not have any ancestors that were slaves in the United States government. If we were to purely give race-based reparations, that means these people that have no connection whatsoever would end up receiving the benefits of that, despite never having any of the historical harm. In addition, it'll also lead to people that are more likely to be better off anyways in the Black community, taking advantage of these programs. And some of the people most at risk in the Black community, such as people that are the most impoverished, they're probably not going to use these forms of reparation as much, such as education or housing grants or small business associate loans. So what you'll see is people like me in my community that is well below, in the little rural county I live in, made up of predominantly whites, it's well below the average income level, will be paying reparations to people like Oprah and Michelle Obama. What sense does that make? The second is the government today is made up of people that had nothing to do with the policies of slavery. Therefore, they shouldn't have to pay. And the people alive today themselves weren't victims. You could say, well, they were incapable of building historical wealth. So was my family. Is the argument, well, that's because my family was stupid or they mismanaged stuff? Maybe, but none of that has anything to do with me or Austin. Why should the government favor one of us and not the other based on events that occurred 200 or 100 years ago? If we're going to help people based on need, help people based on need. If it turns out that that help is disproportionately Black people and the reason they need that's because of slavery, fine. We could talk about those types of programs. But to make those programs specifically about race means that you're saying that we, as groups that aren't in that race, are owing something to those that are of that race, even if those people are markedly far better off now than the people that are paying. The third is there's no evidence this would make the country as whole better. It's going to cost money to people that aren't Black if we end up giving housing grants or small business association loans to people based on skin color. That means there will be poor Asians, Hispanics, whites, and other groups that would be more entitled to that based on their current income status. It'll be left on. So it's going to cause more division and it won't help the country as a whole. The fourth is the ancestors of slaves are far better off because they were brought here. If we're talking about not an ethical position, but just a position of need, are we kidding? The slaves that were brought here, their ancestors like Austin are doing much better. And we could get into that more. This is a very important one. Reparations have largely already been paid in the form of welfare, DI, and affirmative action. I have some calculations to prove this. He specifically says he's not for the $250,000 to each Black person. That would be tantamount to $10 trillion. I'll argue that we've already given about $4 trillion in the form of different reparations to the Black community. The mere fact that Austin doesn't even include that in the conversation proves my point that no amount will ever be enough. There will always be calls for more. Next, it will make things worse for Black people. As I said, we can see since the war on poverty, single parents have gone through the roof. Problems in Black culture have got worse, largely because the government tells them perpetually they're victims and everyone owes them something, which means that they never build wealth on their own, and they have bad cultural practices that lead to a lot of the problems of today. And lastly, the United States certainly isn't perfect, but we didn't invent slavery. We are one of the singular countries in the world that fought a war to end it. Much of Africa, where a lot of the ancestors of slaves come from, continue to practice slavery for many years and would still be doing so to this day, largely if they weren't forced from outsiders like European countries and the United States. So the point that somehow the United States is responsible today for this stuff is going to make things worse in the ways we said. And I think when you'll see when he talks about the position why this is important, he has a problem with the slave owners of the day, not their ancestors. And we should not have generational guilt where people that weren't suffered by this have to pay. It will never be enough. It will always make things worse. And things were on track and going better in this country. We weren't having this hyper-focused on particular racial groups being oppressed and continue to talk about oppression of the past. That's my opening statement.
All right, Rob, thank you for that. We are going to get into the open dialogue here. I just want to, real quick, give a shout out to our sponsor for DebateCon 8, which is going to be Yonaguni Sushi. It's international cuisine. These guys are awesome. Sideshow Bob is our help over at the conference as well. So the owner of this restaurant is actually very deeply involved with DebateCon. He's let me make sure Mike's good. All right. Yeah, he's deeply involved, and he lives in Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. So this restaurant is in Puerto Rico. If you're in Puerto Rico, stop by, get some awesome Latin Asian fusion. It makes me hungry thinking about the sushi rolls, dumplings, the Korean barbecue, and the fried rice. So they got perfect 5 stars, you guys. So big thanks to these guys. All right, we're going to get into the open dialogue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to give you the opportunity to go first, and then maybe we could each like interrogate. You know what I mean? You take a solid check here to go with what you need, and then we'll reverse it. I'm cool with it.
Sure. So let's start with this. The idea that reparations is a cultural Marxist talking point is the same thing that was repeated to me by Chattel Jackson and even Bo Robinson.
Yep.
My first question always goes down to this. How can one be a Christian and a cultural Marxist when Marxism is inherently incompatible with Christianity, and it's incompatible with the Bible itself, where the Bible speaks about private property ownership? Marxism seeks to destroy that. It thinks that ownership should be of the state. So before I even continue this conversation, explain how that idea is a cultural Marxist talking point.
When people say cultural Marxism, at least me, all I could do is say what I mean by the word. And perhaps I'm clunky in my definition, but it's basically this. Marxism had to do with separating people in the oppressed versus the oppressor, based on economics, the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie. Once they realized after Solzhenitsyn wrote the Gulag Archipelago that they failed, what they did was they revamped their argument and said, well, there's infinite ways we could separate people in the oppressor class versus the oppressed. And we could constantly get people at each other's throats, and so that the actual oligarchs, etc., are able to generate wealth and have control while they continue to fight over the scraps we leave behind. This is the perfect example, dividing us based on race like this, where we say, black people are entitled to this and they're the victims and the white people were oppressed. And I know you're not specifically blaming white people, but you are forcing them to pay, along with the other racial demographic, for your form of reparations. So I think cultural Marxism isn't talking about property rights, it's talking about the oppressed versus the oppressor.
Well, the reality of it is that is it not historically demonstrable that black people were systematically and systemically oppressed for 244 years? I mean, quoting a historical accurate fact is not somehow creating this fancified class or this false idea. It's not a false flag of Marxism, because this actually happened in human history. And the fact is, you said something else that I wanted to ask you about. You said that reparations have already been paid through welfare programs and DEI. That's historically a weak argument, because the number one benefactor of DEI initiatives were white women, first of all, and that's again historically provable. Black
the heck with them too, right?
I'm saying that's and also that program was not specifically created for black Americans. Neither was welfare. And white Americans to this day, but granted, when you look at per capita, it's still worth a discussion. But white Americans still receive welfare at higher rates than black Americans. And DEI again did not proactively benefit black Americans at all. And this has been examined through the U.S. Department of Labor and Statistics. So, what makes you think that welfare or DEI is any form of reparations when it's not even specifically targeted to black Americans?
Well, so two questions there, and I'll try to answer both. The first is, of course, talking about a historical fact, it doesn't make you a victim or anything. Of course, I would never make that argument. The problem is when you cite historical facts that only paint one side of the picture and say that some 250 years later, that means that the people that weren't directly suffered under that now are perpetual victims. That's where the sort of cultural Marxist oppression narrative comes. Similarly, I don't think I'm a racist if I want to talk about black crime statistics. I could use those crime statistics to then paint a racist, I don't want any black people in my community. That would be a way to make that racist. So I have no problem with people addressing it. It's the fact that they have an agenda to paint blacks as an oppressed group and say that they're entitled to things, and they point to that historical facts. We could point to the historical facts of the treatment that Africa did of the African people themselves and talk at great lengths what likely would have happened to the ancestors if the transatlantic slave trade never occurred. We could, while we're talking about U.S. slavery, mentioned that there was slavery all around the world, and it's not that they created it. We could say even in the transatlantic slave trade, the vast majority of it went to South America, which is people that we would consider more Hispanic than whites. But all that's left out, and there's this hyper-focus that's put on the European descendant countries largely, that they somehow are responsible for the sins of their forefathers, and we have to be ashamed. I'm not ashamed. I'm very proud. Although there are dark spots in the history of the United States, it's the greatest country ever created and has led to the point we are now, and I'm glad we could fight in the same side pushing right as opposed to left, but I'm tired of the narrative that it's something we have to be ashamed of and hyper-focus on only the negative. To the second question, the idea of welfare, I just think that you're fundamentally incorrect. So I crunched some numbers here, and we can go through them if you like. So according to the U.S. Census Bureau program, we can see that on average, white non-Hispanics pay about $3,300 to $4,000 more per person in federal taxes than blacks a year. However, when it comes to welfare programs, the U.S. Census Bureau and the Urban Institute for Congressional Budget Office shows that black Americans receive on average roughly $2,500 to $4,000 more per person per year in total government benefits. So if we take on average over the past 50 years that there are 30 million black Americans and multiply it by the lowest estimate, $2,500 a year that each individual gets more than whites, and that comes to $75 billion a year that's flowing into the hands of black people. Multiply that by 50 years and you have $3.75 trillion is how much we've paid in reparations to the black community. Now, I think when you rightfully looked at the idea of giving every black $250,000, you said that would bankrupt the country. You know how much that would total? About $10 trillion. So your reparations plan alone that we currently have in the status, I'm sorry, the plan we already have in the status quo is already $3.5 trillion that's flowed to black Americans. How is that not reparations, and why don't you talk about it?
Because welfare is not specifically targeted as a government instrument as an apology for the $236 billion that slavery as an institution created. And it's so interesting that you want to try to pull those statistics when the facts are that the amount of money lost by black Americans through economic exclusion, like as well talked about in the book, The Color of Law, where the FHA and banking institutions wouldn't even approve loans for black Americans if they wanted to live in a certain area. So what they did was systematically exclude black Americans from the real estate game, and home ownership has always been proven to be one of the largest guarantors of generational capital and generational wealth in the history of the country. And even if I never gave you a reparations plan. All I said was we shouldn't get the $250,000 because it would bankrupt the country. And I don't want our currency, the dollar has already been deflated 97%. I don't want the dollar to get any worse. So that's not the plan I would have. I didn't offer a plan. So don't say that I did.
No. You said some things you would do, like education, land grants, etc. That's what I'm talking about.
I said I would look at a targeted education plan with a partial cash payment and land grant initiatives. I said the multiplicity of things. Did not name a number on how that would get done, but the idea that welfare, which goes to what? Low income Americans. The idea that something which is supposed to serve as the same, a very, very skeletized version of Daniel Patrick Moynihan's universal basic income plan, which was picked up by Nixon in the 70s, and Nixon, who was a Republican, attempted to pass a UBI to assist black Americans, and it passed in the House and failed in the Senate because it didn't get enough Democratic support, would have actually been quite fine. But we didn't even get that. Welfare is a system to help you subsist. It helps with sustenance, but it's not. Reparations would actually help black Americans truly pull themselves up by their own bootstraps by providing the laces. King is quite often quoted as saying it's all right to tell a man pull himself up by his own bootstraps, but it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless man to pull himself up by his own bootstraps. And it is undeniable that American economic and legal policy systematically economically excluded African Americans even within the last 60 to 70 years. My grandmother was born I believe it was in the 1920s. She witnessed actual economic disadvantage because of segregation. So even if we relegate a reparations plan specifically within that time frame, the economic disparate impact of those policies can still have a net negative economic effect today, which is exactly what we're seeing. And this idea that black Americans are receiving more welfare, I just wanted to comment on this very quickly, that stands to reason that would be the case because the white Americans are employed at a rate of 65% and black men it's around 57 or so. I'd have to fact check that to be certain, but there's a lower percentage of employed black Americans, which would also stand to reason why they would be higher welfare recipients when you look at the per capita numbers. However, that doesn't make that a reparations plan at all.
Okay, so two things. It sounds like what you're saying is that the key distinction is you have to specifically say this is an apology for slavery when the money's being dished out.
No, that's not the only thing that I'm saying at all.
But it seems that that's the key point.
That's not enough. That wouldn't be enough money, period, first of all, based around the economic capital that slavery itself generated. Again, slavery generated $230 billion for the U.S. economy that slaves got no percentage of. None.
Okay, but nonetheless,
same thing.
If they've received $3.75 trillion in the past 50
all black
years.
Americans received that?
What's that?
have all descendants of chattel slavery received any piece of that money?
It
No.
wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. See, again, this is the point, right? So let's start with this, and there's a lot to get to in what you said there. Like, your point that you seem to be making is twofold. You seem to be making point that reparations are important because of financial disparities. My argument would be any solving of that financial disparity or attempt to solve it or money's gone to it, even if it's not said this is specifically only for slaves, if it disproportionately goes to that group, I don't think that that's a reason that we shouldn't be allowed to call that a form of reparations. Secondly, the idea that there needs to be a specific acknowledgement, there have been forms of this specific acknowledgments for the problems of slavery. I don't think that this does much to solve things. If I was a black person who was struggling and the government said, here's your two options, we could apologize for slavery or we could give you $25,000 home loan, I'd take the loan. That's what I would do. So the idea, so when you're like, well, you know, the $3.75 trillion, you don't dispute the fact, you just say, well, that's available to other people. That's true. But blacks overwhelmingly are the ones that are getting that, at least vis-a-vis whites, at a much higher rate. So how would that not be a form? And the idea that it's like, well, that money wasn't designed to like create generational wealth. Okay, well, if 3.75 trillion over 50 years wasn't enough to do it, and you're admitting that 10 trillion would bankrupt the country, what are we supposed to do? It doesn't make any sense from a financial, like, it's like, to me, this further entrenches the point that what I was saying. It doesn't matter. We could do your plan. And I'll take it your good faith that you'd be like, that's it. We do whatever your plan is, a study, and we, you know, give education grants and land grants and small business loans and all portions of that. I know I'm not pigeonholing you on specific what you're saying here, but the next black author would come along and say, it wasn't enough. It's still not enough. We don't accept it. And 2 years after your plan, if we still saw that there was increased crime rates and there was increased poverty and the money was spent frivolously because of cultural practices as opposed to attempts to build businesses and generational wealth, they'd still be saying, it's because of slavery, it's because of Jim Crow, which proves that this isn't actually going to solve anything. It's just about making people feel good and say, I want to continue to have the power to say I'm oppressed. And we see how groups that claim they're oppressed today use that as a cudgel in order to demand more power. That's all it is.
Let me throw this out there. I don't want the continued oppression narrative to exist. So I'm going to make this abundantly clear. I've said on multiple podcasts, I've said this on CJ Pearson's show, I've said this recently with Blanche, that and even with Lala Andrews, shout out to Lala, that once this is done, like let's say I became the president, like before I was able to push through Congress. Once you get the home ownership line of credit, once you get the education grants, once you get that, I don't want to hear it. To your point, does that mean they'll stop complaining? Absolutely not. I wouldn't be foolish enough to make the statement. But the point is, I would no longer give a damn. And I don't think anyone should. Once a targeted, measurable, directed effort has been given to Black Americans to say, starting with the same form of public apology the government gave the Japanese Americans, that it gave the API Asian and Pacific Islander Americans, though once that's done, I don't want to hear anything else about racism, because that does create the ability to sustain a victim mentality, which is dangerous to an already damaged body politic in the black community. We have a out of wedlock birth crisis. We have a mental health crisis in the Black community. We got a whole lot of other issues that we need to deal with. This is one large cog in a very, very large machine. And I don't want you or anyone that watches this debate to misunderstand my position here, because I'm not for spoon feeding you repeatedly. I'm not for giving you fishes. I'm for teaching you to fish, and get the hell out and go make something of yourself. Now that's where the left will always attempt to pigeonhole you, and that's where the right will say, well, how much is, to your point, Rob, when is enough enough? In my brain, a targeted plan like this is enough. Now, but I also don't want it, I don't want to drift away too far here. The idea, once again, though, that welfare is reparations, that would only make logical sense to me if some form of government assistance, some form of a guaranteed basic income went to the descendants of all of these people. That doesn't happen. Welfare specifically goes to low-income Americans and low-income communities to allow them the very, very basic necessities of life with very limited room, if any, for mobile social uplift. Because once someone makes too much money within welfare, what happens? You're kicked off. Now, I don't have a problem with that.
Let's let Rob respond to that before you put out too many points.
I still want to get back to redlining, but let me address this here. Like, These generational sin narrative makes no sense to me from a practical sense. It could only make sense from sort of just this ethical, like we demand an apology sense. And let me explain why. Let's say that there are two babies born to single mothers side by side in the same location in the same hospital. They're literally in opposing rooms. And one is a black lady with a black boy. We'll call him Bob, just B for black. So Bob's a little black baby. And then there's a white single woman who right next door is giving birth to Will, a single white baby. And both of them are the exact same financial situation. Both of them are single mothers. Both of them are struggling. They live in the same community. They live in the same apartment complex. They both are less than $10,000 a year. They're on government assistance. Why should there be a unique program for Bob, the young black child, that gives him more resources than Will, the young white child?
Well, let's be clear. And that's a great point. I should have addressed that initially, and I didn't. Thank you for catching that. The Dr. King is quoted as saying that the same, and this is again provable also, that the same forces that oppressed at that time black Americans also impacted poor whites. So any solid reparations program could look at the net negative disparate economic impact that slavery or reparations had on either poor white Americans or black Americans as a whole, either one. No reparations plan, I want this on the record as well, no reparations plan will pass a United States Supreme Court review if it's purely race-based. We just saw that with the Voting Rights Act, what the Supreme Court did, that they stated that you, even while trying to follow the law, you cannot use race as a qualifier or as a metric to draw voting districts. A lot of people are confused about that, but that's what happened. So it would have to be any successful reparations plan would have to target those that were disaffected based on class or race being used as a determining factor. So I'm thank you for
okay, but given that, then I see no reason that welfare policy couldn't be deemed a form of reparations. The distinguishing factors. Let me finish real quick. It seemed the distinguishing factor you said that was of note was, well, that's because it wasn't specifically for racism or for slavery, but you just admitted there, no policy just based on a single race would be allowed to thrive. We wouldn't be allowed to do it. So even reparations wouldn't be exclusive to blacks, because if a white person could claim that they too were victimized by slavery in some way, shape, or form, they would be entitled as well. And it's interesting because, just real quick, I promise I'll be brief. I was looking at this. I was kind of shocked to find the amount of, I don't have the specific numbers in front of me. I'll find it here, but it's a very small proportion of whites today who had ancestors that were actually slave owners. It's like 8%, but it's actually as high as 15%, or I'm sorry, as high as 10% that had an ancestor that died freeing the slaves. And as much as 20% that fought in the Union freeing the slaves of people that are alive today. I certainly could make a claim that because of my patriarch and my family died at Gettysburg fighting to free the slaves, that set my family back generationally because we couldn't afford to keep the farm and therefore we lost it. So would I be entitled to the same reparations you're discussing?
You may be. That's a valid argument. I was going to also say that you could look at white Americans that died and were killed or their families were harmed because they marched with civil rights workers. Again, like I said, even if we confine this to just Jim Crow, I'm with you there. If you made a positive effort toward black Americans and you lost your life, or a family member lost their life, or you lost jobs, and you could prove that and you could demonstrate, because what we would have to categorize this as is targeted government-based harm, which we can prove that with the decisions that had to take place, like Brown versus Board of Education, going all the way back to the Dred Scott versus Sanford decision. There was a point in American history where the U.S. government codified simply that black Americans were not humans. They were property. They were things to be used, not persons to be respected. And if you can prove, I'll grant this, if you can prove that you assisted in the overturning of an unjust system and that led to a loss of life, property, damage to your economic standing, then it could be made that you should deserve something. I think you should honor people that took the step to assist in correcting an injustice. So I wouldn't have an issue with that. No.
But again, this is where I'm going to take umbrage, because notice you're using words like deserve. None of us deserve anything. None of us are the victims of slavery, nor are we the perpetrators of slavery. And you talk about the government decisions themselves, but as I said in my opening statement, the government is just a body that's made up of the people alive today. And so, for example, when you're talking about the payment of, that's just a collective of all of us that are taxpayers. Some white, some black, some immigrant, some Hispanic, some Asian, etc. It's a big milieu of people. And the idea that they should have to put into a pot people that we think deserve things for historical oppression quickly spirals out of control. There's no shortage of people that could claim that they were aggrieved by the government. if Big Mike here's great uncle, one time had his property taken in an eminent domain case and they ended up later finding oil on it, does Mike now get to claim some 200 years later reparations because he was entitled to the wealth of that oil? All of this is just surely something that's unworkable, particularly when we can see that these programs already exist that you're talking about. Not only is there trillions of dollars that are spent in this reparations that disproportionately go to the people that had ancestors of slavery, but we also see that there's programs very much like the ones you're saying. There are a litany of programs at the federal governments, at the state government, and just private businesses that are doing things specifically for Black Americans. So much so, you talk about redlining, I'm happy to get into that because it's a debate I think is very important we should have. But I could claim, my great-grandson could claim reparations that he wants because we have banks like JP Morgan that are having loans specifically for Blacks now. Doesn't that mean, in effect, whites in the same economic pool are now being redlined? How is that fair? Is that entitled my ancestors to reparations for that redlining?
First of all, that's a horrendously bad argument. I'm sorry, that argument just doesn't stand to reason. Black people were systematically excluded from even the obtaining of loans, period, for over 100 years in this nation. And so the idea that somehow any corrective action to attempt to give Black people what, when the scales become equal, things don't become unfair. You just might not be used to it. I mean, that might be the case. I would hate to think that a white person would scream, "Oh my God, this is discrimination because Black people are now getting finally the same amount of loans they should have had from the beginning." That's a foolish notion. The fact of the matter is simply this. When you look at what has occurred in the confines of the history of this nation, Black people were systemically excluded from the basic building block of wealth generation, which is home ownership, for a long period of time. So if you, again, confine what I'm saying, even if you took out slavery, which again, you shouldn't, but let's say we are, you confine it specifically to the Jim Crow era, after post-Civil War, post-Reconstruction, you confine it to the Jim Crow era, and Black people still deserve, yes, something as an apology and a economic corrective action. That's what DEI's original intent was supposed to be. And it's so interesting because it didn't cost the nation 1 penny to integrate a lunch counter. It didn't cost the nation 1 penny to guarantee the right to vote. And the United States of America has spent more than $173 billion, for example, on the war in Iran. It's always when we have to go to war, the money it falls from the sky. When it's time to actually combat poverty, and I'm going to say this last point, I'm going to be done. Now we have to go find the money. Even going back to the war in Vietnam, at that time, the United States spent $100,000 for every Vietnamese soldier we killed. Yet at the time, the U.S. government was only spending around $53 to actually, for every person in the country that was classified as poor. So even with you said it was about $10 trillion we're getting from welfare. The majority of that money, I would imagine, and we can look this up, is going to administrative costs, and very little of that money actually dwindles down to the end consumer, which is the disaffected class living in the impoverished conditions that keep them on welfare. So that this idea that the government, it would cost too much money, it's nonsensical. We know where the money is in one area, but when it's time to combat poverty, it disappears.
Okay, so a lot to say there. First, you're sort of wrong. I said 3.75 trillion, not 10 trillion. But that's literally just the Census Bureau looking at the actual cash that gets to the actual recipients. And the median, on the average, what we see is that Blacks receive $2,500 to $3,300 more than whites per capita, per person, right? Now, you are correct when you talk about overhead and all that shit. But those numbers are just talking about the money that gets to the people. But that belies the other point you're making here, which is, look how much money we spend on war. I'm sure as a Republican, you know this, right? The vast amount of spending we do, defense is like fifth on the amount of spending. Like, social programs are by far number one. We give a shitload of money out to people in all sorts of programs, whether it be Medicaid, whether it be SNAP benefits, whether it be different forms of welfare benefits. So again, we can see that over the past 50 years, the net benefit to the Black community has been $3.75 trillion. And that's just if we take the dollars. That's not to take a bunch of other things like affirmative action opportunities, DEI opportunities, and a bunch of other things. Secondly, you sort of made this claim that I think goes against something you said earlier. You started to sort of defend DI policies, and you said when it came to the nature of redlining, you were like, well, that's just correcting a past injustice. I don't think that we should be allowed to, for example, met out slavery against white people because their ancestors owned slaves in the past. Of course, you would agree with that. But the principle remains then we shouldn't be able to punish people today for sins of the past, and that's in effect what we'd be doing. And I think you agree with this. You want to know how I think you agree with this? You went to great lengths that said, said, of course, we couldn't do a policy just based on race, which is already conceding the debate because the topic of the debate is that the reparations was be race-based. And you even said it wouldn't even go through the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court just ruled on the redistricting case and the Voting Rights Act case that you can't have race-based districts. Totally true. So then for you to advocate DEI and specific programs that only give wealth to blacks would violate the same principle that you just got done saying you wouldn't do. So you can't have it both ways. And last thing I'll say, it's non-responsive to what I would. It's non-responsive to the argument I'm making about redlining, which is now we see, yeah, maybe there were some whites that had families that benefited from slavery and their ancestors are doing really well right now. But I know a ton of whites that aren't. I'm up north. They never whatsoever benefited from slavery.
All right, let's let Dr. Julio.
Last point I'm going to make, just very quick, right? And so in order. Okay.
Say this. You're literally missing. You're not addressing the core of what I'm getting at. The reason I said that that a purely race-based reparations plan wouldn't pass the U.S. Supreme Court is because I understand how legal systems work. That doesn't mean that the way the law would be written would be as best as possible to specifically target a reparations-based plan where the chief recipient is disenfranchised black voters, the same way that DEI policies were written in a way that chiefly benefited white women. On the surface, you get to say, "Oh, DEI, that's black people. That's your reparations plan right there. That's what it is." But the actual net benefactors weren't even the targeted group, supposedly, which was black Americans, supposedly. The most affected class and the greatest recipient and benefactor of DEI policies based on the way the law was written was white women. So the way that I would write the law would pass a judicial review at the Supreme Court. I'm showing you that I'm understanding the legalities of what I'm dealing with here. But I'm not going to sit and say that a reparations-based policy could not be written to most properly affect the most targeted class from Jim Crow and slavery by extension, which was who? Black Americans. So don't try to say that I conceded the debate when I didn't. I'm just demonstrating that I understand the legal framework that would have to be used to get something like this through the U.S. Supreme Court for review. The same way that Congressman
let's let Rob finish that point a second ago. I didn't want to cut him off, but I did want a quick chance because I didn't want it to go too far and miss the original part of that statement.
You also said that you would be for ancestors that were white that fought to end slavery getting reparations. So clearly your central claim isn't that it would be race-based. And the other point that I was making before you chimed in was if there's a person today, a white person, whatever the reason is that they're not doing so well financially, and now because of DEI policies or because of these redlining policies that favor blacks over whites that many banks are doing post-George Floyd, right? What ends up happening is they have a grievance now. And their grandchildren could say, hey, it wasn't fair. My grandfather was more in need and he was prepared. He had the business plan. He was more qualified than the person that ended up receiving it, merely based because of his skin color. And to say, well, that's about correcting past injustices, that ends up leading us to a point, not just in the United States, but across the world, where there's always a unique time point that we put. The group that's saying, I want paid, pay me because of this historical justice, they're taking a favorable time slice and saying, because of this time period right here. But if then we said, okay, if you reverse those policies, right, it's going to negatively impact people today, right? And they're going to have a claim 50 years from now and saying, well, 50 years ago, we were negatively impacted. And then what's your answer going to be? Yeah, but that's because 200 years ago, we were negatively impacted. So it's just this never-ending cycle of victimhood that's not going to make things better. And again, these programs largely exist to what you're talking about. I could go through a litany of them if you like, but I know you know they exist. Specific policies from the federal government, Small Business Administration, affirmative action policies to give guaranteed sort of grants or scholarships to Black Americans, etc. These all exist. Now, if you'd like, I would love to talk about redlining. I think that's one of your best arguments, and I would love to take it head on if you'd like.
Well, before we jump to redlining, you skipped a part there. You said that the U.S. Did you say that what is the number one thing the U.S. government spends most of its money on?
It's like entitlements, I believe. Like
that's a lie.
Social program.
The single largest category of discretionary federal spending is in the United States is defense spending through the U.S. DoD and related national security operations. And the largest total federal spending categories are Social Security, Medicare and health. Third is defense. Fourth is interest on the national debt. Fifth is Medicaid. So that's not the idea that the number one budget item on the U.S. is entitlement programs is simply not historically true. The number one budget item has always been defense. That is current as of a couple hours ago. So that's
I would love to say, I hate to say this, but I believe we have a discrepancy because I looked at this earlier today as well. I'm
looking at it right now.
What source are you looking at? Because what I'm looking at is rank one is Social Security that spends $1.46 trillion, which is 21%. Second is healthcare, mainly Medicaid and other health programs, which is $991 billion. Third is Medicare, which is $874 billion. Fourth is natural defense, which is $874 billion. And then fifth is national interest.
Government transparency reports the source on that. And Fed spend.
Okay, what was it?
Government. So it's Government Transparency Project, published March 13th, 2026, and Fed spend and USA Facts. There's three sources that confirm this.
Can you just put one of them on screen? I'm cool. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But everything I've read here recently, pretty much even politicians agree with this.
I'm looking at it. The government. I can't put it on the screen here, but it's the government. Mike, it's the governmenttransparencyproject.org. And it was the breakdown of department by department breakdown of fiscal year 2025 spending. It says in fiscal year 2025, the federal government spent $7 trillion. Three agencies alone consumed 2/3 of it, and it was the Department of Health and Human Services, Social Security Administration, and the Department of Defense. They accounted for 66.8% of all federal gross spending.
Okay, I'm going to try something. I'm very bad at this, but I'm going to try to share a source.
You want to share your screen?
Yeah, let's see if I can get this to work. Where is it? Federal.
The very bottom.
I for some reason have an immense amount of trouble doing this. I don't know why. I'm not going to be able to do it. I'll say this. I am reading directly from the United States Treasury, fiscaldata.treasury.gov. And this says for the fiscal year 2026. So the last year is 2025 that it has. It says U.S. government spending, fiscal year 2026, top 10 spending by category and agency. Number 1, 22% of all spending, Social Security. Number 2, net interest. Number 3, health. Number 4, Medicare. And number 5, national defense. Now, I don't know how we could pass this. I would suggest the audience look up themselves. I don't think either of us are intentionally lying, but I wonder if your source is somehow different or if you're reading the data incorrectly, because everything that I've checked going back years has showed this is the case, that defense is not in the top. It's not the top one. Nonetheless, I don't think it's a very important point for the gist of the debate. I think that I will do my due diligence to look it up afterwards.
This idea, it's a hugely important point because it creates this idea that black people are somehow the number one, or poor, the poor in America are the number one most targeted class financially by the U.S. government. That is not true. The number one budget item in the United States has always been defense. We spend billions of dollars. Again, going all the way back to King in the 60s, we spent $100,000 per Vietnamese soldier killed. And we spent $53 at that time on people in the U.S. classified as poor. This is why Smedley D. Butler wrote the great essay that said war is a racket. It is the ultimate economic activity in America, for it is the one where the profits are only reckoned in dollars and the losses in lives. So war has always been the United States' number one budget item, period, point blank, end of discussion with it as regards to that.
I think you're just fundamentally wrong.
Let me make this last point. When we finally get to the point where the United States continues to stop or stops continuing to spend more money on war and the Department of Defense than it does on programs of genuine social uplift, then the three problems of excessive militarism and excessive crony capitalism will not be corrected. Period, point blank in the story. What I'm saying doesn't just apply to black Americans.
Can you repeat that? I'm so sorry. I think that's important. You said when we have other things that spend more than war, we'll start to solve that problem?
When we stop spending more on war than we do spend on programs of social uplift, we'll see better changes as a whole for all of the poor and the lower middle class in this country. That's my point.
Okay, well, given that you're wrong, that we already are spending more on the categories I said above war.
We're not spending more on that than
we just are. I don't know what to tell you, and I hope to be able to prove this to you at a later date. I don't know what I could do other than link the source from the actual Treasury that shows that, and almost all sources that look at this stuff acknowledge. So I don't know what you're reading, but given that, I think that we're largely. Let me just.
Is it?
Let
Are
me
you going to say?
please.
Are you going to
Please
say?
let me just finish this last thought.
Go ahead.
I would just say to the audience, I implore you, look it up yourself. Go to the Treasury. You'll see defense is like fourth or fifth, and it has been that way for a long time. And so, given his explanation, that means that we don't need reparations then, that we've solved the problem because now we're not spending the most on war. He's just mistaken that he thinks war is still and defense is still the top item.
I just want to say we are 35 minutes into the open dialogue. Appreciate you guys being very generous with giving each other back and forth. I just also want to remind everyone, like the video, and we're going to finish this up here and go to the Q&A at about 20-ish. So yeah, back to it. Go ahead, Dr. Julio. The floor is yours.
Oh no, I mean, I think we don't. I mean, the fact is, this is a very crucial thing. We just, look at how much money we can look this up now. How much money has Trump spent on the war in Iran? How much money has the president of the United States currently spent on the war in Iran? That's a very simple, searchable question, and then we can compare that to how much money has gone to those genuine entitlement programs like SNAP benefits and welfare and things like that. We just had a government shutdown because there wasn't enough money for SNAP. So that's a proof positive right there that what I'm saying is the truth. And this is from a president that I have to hold him accountable, voted for him, and I don't have buyer's remorse, but I'm beginning to look at the Trump administration more and more like, is this a Bush repeat? Are the neocons just going to play the war game again? And so this is not I don't want to drag this out longer than necessary, but war is the number one budget item, and this is a historical pattern in the United States. You can look at why we got involved in World War II. They claim that World War II brought us out of the Depression when we didn't even have to go through one if FDR would have never taken us off the gold standard. The same thing with World War I. The same thing with Vietnam. The first thing Lyndon Johnson did after the assassination of Kennedy was make sure that the United States was dragged into war, because war is always the number one economic activity that the oligarchs want us to participate in.
Okay, I just think that we could... you could see that just because you could say, well, now Trump's spending a lot on war, I don't think that changes the data. I don't know where we are. We're at an impasse. I'd like to talk about redlining a little. This is something that you focused on a lot and that others have. The problem is redlining actually fell in line with governmental policy that sort of makes sense. Would you agree with this? Let's start with this. As a conservative, do you remember when that bakery had to bake the cake? The Supreme Court at one point said they had to bake a cake, or the courts, not the Supreme, said that they had to bake a cake for a gay wedding. Do you remember that? And were you against forcing them?
Yeah, I remember that.
Were you against forcing them to do that?
In that context, yes.
Yeah, I think that we would probably...
That fell under a religious
sure,
exemption.
But whatever. We would say that not just religious exemption, at least for me, maybe you would agree with this. You could just agree if you do. We shouldn't tell businesses that they have to do things that's just against what they want to do morally. And what we do is...
No, I'm not going to concede that. At one point, businesses lunch counters didn't have to serve black people. I'm not agreeing to the statement you just made. No.
Do you think that they should have to serve black people if it meant that they would go out of business?
Why would how stupid does that sound?
Let me explain with redlining. The problem...
Let me get the question out in full.
Okay.
Why would a restaurant go out of business for the service of black people?
I said it because I'm drawing an analogy directly to redlining, because that's in effect what redlining was seeking to avoid. So lenders in the FHA observed correctly. This comes from a black man, Thomas Sowell, who wrote this. He says that redlining was actually the same. An analogy would be a high crime neighborhood. You're redlining a high crime neighborhood because you refuse to walk there at night to protect your safety. Banks have the same duty to depositors' money. They deny loans in high-risk areas. It's prudent and not bigoted. These lenders observed that areas with high black populations or infiltration of groups that didn't get it wrong ethnically experienced declining property values, and the data actually bore this out. The default rates were similar when this happened. After the federal government stepped in and said, nope, this is called redlining, you can't do this. You want to know what happened? Formerly, before that, blacks and whites that got loans defaulted at almost the exact equal rate. As soon as they ended redlining, now the banks had to give loans out that they knew were unlikely to be paid, and blacks defaulting on the loans precipitously increased. So all this was banks saying, look, we don't want to lend areas that we think we won't be paid back because property values are being destroyed. I don't think we should force those banks, which is exactly what was done. Now, I'm not saying you have to like what happened there, but this was a very small percentages of loans that occurred, and it was done for a financial reason, not a bigoted reason. Why does that mean that now, in some point, hundreds of years later, or near 100 years later, right? Because it started in 1930s when they started looking at it, and it ended in the 60s. Why should now all of a sudden someone like me, who doesn't have any ancestors that were in the banking industry, right, didn't benefit from this whatsoever? Why should my taxes go to pay reparations?
So wait a minute, because you said something about redlining, then you jumped to reparations. You're saying the quotation you gave from Thomas Sowell is what I need to address.
Sure.
Are you saying that Sowell was claiming? Because I'm trying to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying that Sowell was claiming that the reason black people were not given loans is because they couldn't pay the loans back?
No, I'm saying what happened was that it was leading to it, the property values being lowered, and that led to a less likely chance of the banks being paid back. And it was borne out by, last thing I'll say, it's borne out by fact, because as soon as the federal government stepped in and said banks couldn't do this, the defaults for black Americans went through the roof. You even brought it up, last thing real quick, you brought it up in your opening statement.
No, I'm asking you to go back to what you said. I'm trying to understand.
Yes,
what was causing the value of the homes to be lower?
That there was racial disharmony. So what would happen would be, if you were a white community in the Jim Crow South that didn't particularly like blacks, then you weren't happy with whites moving in. Similarly, if you were a Filipino community and whites moved in, or a black community and whites moved in, that too would lower home values. We see it today with the concept of gentrification. For example, when whites try to move into inner city Harlem, we can see that affects property prices there as well. Sometimes positive, sometimes negative, because the local population doesn't want people that are dissimilar to them and have different cultural practices living in their communities.
So, as extensively detailed in The Color of Law, that's the partial truth. The Homeowners Loan Corporation, created during the New Deal era in the 1930s, produced maps of American cities that literally graded neighborhoods for mortgage lending purposes. Neighborhoods were typically color-coded. Green was best, blue was still desirable, yellow was definitely declining, and red was hazardous. The term redlining comes from those maps. The presence of black residents was explicitly often treated as a negative initial factor in determining neighborhood stability and lending desirability. Homeownership loan corporations areas, the descriptions repeatedly reference what they call Negro infiltration, racial composition, immigrant population, and inharmonious racial groups as a risk factor. So the mere presence of black Americans drove down the value of property going as far back as the 1930s. So this idea that somehow there was no racial harmony that existed and that was the initial cause is simply not a historical truth. And that comes from Rich Rothstein, who wrote the book, The Color of Law, which actually documented the redlining process and the history of redlining throughout this country. And his years of study included 1930 all the way through 1969.
Yes, I agree. Thomas Sowell's looking at that data, and what you said just agreed with me. Yes, it wasn't that these banks were racist.
Let me finish. Sowell is not accounting for that.
No, he's absolutely accounting for that. When blacks moved into the neighborhood, whites wanted to leave. They didn't want it. Why should the banks be held responsible for that? Should the banks be forced to take a loss? And similarly today, let's just take the example today. Certainly, I live in a predominantly white area, but certainly the blacks that I know that grew up in around this area culturally are more similar to me than they are different. And yet, if we all of a sudden had Section 8 housing that moved in, that brought in a bunch of inner city blacks, I'd move. Blacks are something like 47 times more likely to commit a violent crime against a white than vice versa. And so it's
you're deliberately ignoring, though, which is amazing to me. When that's what the term white flight was. Home ownership values were driven down simply because black people wanted to live in a particular area.
True.
That in and of itself, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree. We're in agreement.
That in and of itself, that shows how the white power structure was able to systematically subjugate and regulate, both directly and indirectly, property value, which is a problem, because the only reason that white people wanted to move away and the reason white flight existed was because they didn't like black people moving into particular areas. So the entire rationale you just provided has a literal racial underpinning, which is another reason that black people were not able to not pay back the loans, not able to move into certain places without their home value being labeled the same as whites. And this is yet another reason why some form of reparations to combat redlining is a logical point.
Okay, so two things. One, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying either legitimately or illegitimately, at the time, whites didn't want to live around blacks. Perhaps they thought that there would have been crime that came in. Perhaps they were just racist jerks and there wouldn't have been increased crime. That's irrelevant to the story of the banks and the federal government. And whether or not this, let me finish. What you're saying is there were individual racist white people, but you're not saying that we should have to pay reparations today because there was some Jim Crow guy in 1930 that was racist against a black. You're saying it's because of these banks and these government policies. And what I'm telling you is we would be in agreement that we wouldn't force a bank to lend money that they knew they were going to lose out on. And when the government stepped in, guess what happened? The defaults actually went through the roof, particularly with black Americans. We can see this in the 2008 financial crisis. One of the things that happened were banks, this time because they were playing a shell game, decided that they would be able to intentionally give loans to people that they knew would be incapable of paying back those loans. Then they marked them as AAA so that they then sold them to people in their 401k that bought them, all the while knowing that there was likely to be a default. When those defaults started rolling in, guess what happened? Joe Schmo worker, whether it be a white guy or a black guy, all of a sudden his retirement gone, just like that, because the banks were intentionally giving loans out to people that they knew weren't going to be able to pay it back, whether because the property values would be driven down or because they weren't making enough income or there were other risk factors. And so what I'm saying is you could say there were racist whites in 1930. Agreed. What's that have to do with today and reparations? And we can see the inverse of this is true. Whites are damned if they do, damned if they don't. If they say we don't want Section 8 housing in our neighborhood, they're racist. If they say I love Harlem, I want to move in there, then they're gentrifying and they're racist. It's also tiresome, and it just shows that the actual way to deal with this isn't by trying to have, now the suggestion is we actually have redlining against whites. And when I bring it up,
let's let him respond to one of those
last
points.
point real quick. We have redlining against whites, and when I bring it up to you, you're just like, so what? It's to solve historical inadequacies. So why shouldn't my grandchild be able to complain about redlining against whites that's occurring today?
Well,
Thank you,
because
sir.
for one, I mean, this is the chief thing. This is another chief thing. White people not only systematically kept property values low, they also attacked black businesses when they began to be started up. I mean, you have to go back at the Tulsa Massacre. You have to look at what happened to Black Wall Street. The reason your white grandchildren wouldn't be able to complain about some sort of quote unquote reverse redlining policy is because the net of it is white people have historically controlled and dominated the economic, socioeconomic, and political power structure of this nation for 244 years plus. So this idea that somehow your grandchildren would be disaffected or disenfranchised by some policy that is meant to help a previously generationally disavowed and negatively affected minority is simply nonsense. And that's the only response that I have to that.
No, but the point is that I have no problem if you say this particular person was aggrieved. Like if we jail someone, right, and it turns out they were innocent and the government screwed up, we pay them for that. I get that. What we don't do is pay 3 generations later. We don't do that. That's nonsensical because what happens is a never-ending loop, right? Because if we pay now and we say because of historical oppression, I have nothing to do with that. You have nothing to do with being the victim of that. We are in the financial circumstances we're in right now. Let's say that we're equal, like we literally make the same money. Maybe we're both doing well, maybe we're both struggling. Your reason might be because of bad things that happened to your ancestors with the U.S. government. Mine might be that my grandpa was a drunk and he spoiled the land and the business that was given to him. What's that have to do with me or you? So when you say, well, because of the actions of my grandpa and your grandpa, now I need to be negatively affected and not get the same access to resources as you, then my grandchild will say, okay, if I go back immediately 2 generations, I've been negatively affected, and your grandchild will be able to be one that benefited. So my grandchild will say, that's not fair. And just because you say, yeah, but if we go back 200 years earlier, who cares? The impact right now from 2 generations ago is bigger than the impact from 10 generations ago. So it's never ending. And there's all sorts of problems we won't be able to get into in the scope of this debate because of the time, but there's just this assertion that the problem with the wealth disparity is because of Jim Crow. That's just not true. And in fact, I think it's more likely because of these programs. For example, Asian Americans outperform whites and blacks. We had alien land laws and yellow peril and citizens bans. They were legally classified as aliens and eligible from citizenship until the McCarran-Walter Act in 1952. most of the time not allowed to own property. That's well after Jim Crow, most of Jim Crow ended, where blacks were allowed to own property. So the idea that then all of a sudden now they're outperforming whites and this was a white supremacist society or a society set up to benefit whites, then how are Asians doing better? The answer you previously gave was they were immigrants and therefore they're given beneficial programs. Couldn't be further from the truth for Asian Americans. Most of their ancestors faked the Alien Exclusion Act, faced these yellow laws that said that they couldn't own land and couldn't be citizenships. They're doing amazing because they didn't embrace the victimhood mindset and say the government owes us this stuff. They achieved on their own. And had blacks done that 70, 80 years ago, instead of relying on welfare and the war on poverty, they would be in a similar situation most likely.
Well, first of all, there's a huge factor that you deliberately skipped over when you talked about how Asian Americans had success. They're also one of the highest married groups in this country per capita or overall. I think they have a marriage rate of about 86.78%. So what you're doing is now attempting to conflate the success of one group without looking at the total story. I can't let you do that in this debate. Good try, though. That was cute. You look at Asian Americans, you look at Indian Americans, they have some of the highest marriage rates in this nation. White Americans and Black Americans are actually lower by comparison. And marriage, along with home ownership, is one of the foundational keys to wealth. And as a Republican, a fellow Republican, or Republican leaning in my case, you would appreciate that fact. But you can't tell that half of the story without looking at the total thing. That's a very underhanded explanation. And there was work done again by Asian Americans and every other group that came in as an immigrant, but you are still missing the initial point and the problem that I had. What you just brought out was the same thing that someone said on MSNBC to King in '67. What is it about every other group that came here as an immigrant? Is it just the fact that Negroes are black? And King said, no, it's not that. It's the fact that no other ethnic group was deliberately stigmatized as property for 244 years. So when you look at the success of an Asian American, when you look at the success of an Irish American or any American that is not black, there was not a stigmatification of their skin color placed upon them. They were at least seen as a person, not property. So before you make that statement, you have to look at the totality of American history.
So I actually think you're making the argument for me. You brought up Moynihan in your opening statement. Yes, Moynihan, for those that don't know, me and you both know this, he was a Democrat that commissioned a report in the 60s, and the report had to do with what he called a national crisis, which were blacks having children out of wedlock. So I believe at the time it was considered a crisis that 25% of black children were born out of wedlock. Today that number is 70 to 75%. That's horrible. That is largely the problem, one of the huge problems with the black community. Thomas Sowell, again, a black man, talks about this as well. He says he remembers being young when government agents went into black communities and knocked on the door and said, did you know if there's not a man in the house that we'll be able to give you all this government money? And that's exactly the predictable results were. All of a sudden, we saw that single mothers realized it was financially beneficial to them in the short term to have the men leave the house, which leads to all of the negative cultural declines that we see. You're absolutely correct, and I agree with you, that the idea of having a child raised in a single mother household makes almost every metric we consider for success exacerbatedly worse. And so what happens is the black community is devastated by a single mother problem and fathers that are absent. And what is one of the key things that the government did to make that happen? Welfare programs. In effect, what I would call reparations. That's why I'm saying your actual plan would have the inverse reaction. It would continue to exacerbate the problem. Instead of blacks doing things that could help, like stop being victims, go to church, go to community events, fight back against sort of the gang and the drug culture that we see that's so prolific, fight back against Democrats that allow that shit to occur and treat them as constant children that are victims. Instead, if they started going to church and started building themselves up as a community as the Asian Americans did, we would likely to see these trends start to reverse in the next 2 to 3 generations. Your plan would actually stop that by making blacks still rely on daddy government, which would further encourage, as we've seen, as Thomas Sowell said, single black motherhood.
You're making that claim, but there's no objective evidence. There's no way you can prove that. That's a conjecture. You're saying your plan would produce XYZ. You have no objective standard through which you can use to prove that would be the case. If the plan that I have, once fully fleshed out, it passes. Again, I'm telling you, black people will know if I get in Congress, if I become the president, once this is done, get the hell away from me. I don't want to hear anything else about racism. If you fail, you fail.
Hey, Julio, I hate to interrupt, but it looks like your camera's frozen.
Oh, is it me? Oh, hold on.
He's frightened. I'm scared. I'm just joking.
We do got about, I'm stopping the time. We got about 8 minutes left. If maybe after this exchange, you guys want to maybe do some like 3-4 minute closers, you're welcome to.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'll give you the last word in this. That's fine.
No, I mean, I think that, once again, I think that my plan, you have no evidence to prove that it wouldn't work. And my plan is very simple. If I ever got in Congress, if I get elected, if I become president and some form of a reparations plan is passed, my argument or my statement to the Black community will be, this is now done. I don't want to hear anything else about it. If you fail afterwards, you fail afterwards. It has nothing to do with me. But that would be all I have to say. I think that a plan of some kind could be looked at. I think that the data suggests that some form of reparations is valid. If Japanese Americans got it, I don't see why Black Americans can get it. That's had to survive and combat Jim Crow. Even if you only look at Jim Crow, you don't have to look at slavery as a whole. But that would be it. Look at the plan, and then once it's passed, don't come back to me crying about racism. Go make something of yourself. Stand on your own 2 feet. I will have given you the straps to the boots. Now go make something of yourself.
I can respond to that real quick. Like, it sounds an awful lot like Obamacare. You have to pass it to see what it'll do. Like, what I could do is would you at least concede this, that the policies in the war on poverty were, one, said to help Black Americans, and second, after them, we've seen the crisis of single parent families explode in the Black community as they've received these.
To do with the government.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
I'm not going to concede that. No, I'm not going to concede that. That is a failure. And I said this to Amanda Seals on Jubilee. That is a failure of individual male choice. Black men beginning, and I'm going to quote Carter G. I believe it was Carter G. Woodson. No, I'm sorry, E. Franklin Frazier. E. Franklin Frazier saw the beginning of the breakdown of the nuclear Black family back in the early 1940s. Moynihan picked up his work, and what they saw was this massive Black male exodus. When Black men began to lose their jobs, they began to abandon their families. I'm not going to say that government policy made a Black man abandon his kids. I'm a single father myself. There's nothing in the world that would make me abandon my child. Black men's inability to be men of the household was an en masse individual failure that led to the problems we see today. No government policy should keep a man or should make a man have children out of wedlock and then continue to replicate that behavior and then abandon the kids. Now, I'm not going to attribute that to a government policy. I will not concede that. Okay. I do not think that the poverty programs had that effect. What they did was replace what the welfare system did. Shout out to Tony Maceo for this, because I got this quotation from him. What the welfare system did was close the door and make Black women government dependent on men that had already left the house. That's it.
Yes, that's exactly. Had that government assistant not been there, then we wouldn't have seen that, which would have meant the woman would not have been so likely to allow her man to leave, or they would have tried to work it out more. Again, prior to, I don't think that there's something genetically that happened to Black men all of a sudden, that they went from 25% children born out of wedlock to 75%. What allowed them to do it was the financial freedom that daddy government came in and gave. That's exactly, and that was targeted and intentional. And I think it's interesting.
No. But that still does a disservice to what I'm saying. The government institutions the government had always had a SNAP or a welfare program for single mothers going all the way back to the 1930s. So before there was a crisis in the Black community, those types of programs already existed for widows and single mothers at that time. For whatever reason, there was no true explanation given as to what caused it other than massive job loss. But that was it. As to why Black men began leaving the homes. There was no definitive. E. Franklin Frazier did not provide us with a root cause. Moynihan did not provide us with a root cause. The welfare state was what came in to replace men that had literally already left. I'm talking about the initial failure of Black men as a whole. There is no evidence to suggest. We don't know what caused it in full. Not from the sources.
So I'll just say this. I think that it is quite coincidental that as soon as these policies went in that allowed financial assistance to single parent families, that all of a sudden we saw an explosion in single parent families. When you incentivize behavior, you're likely to get that behavior. But one thing I think is interesting.
I don't disagree there.
Come on, I give you a decent chunk of. One thing I think is interesting though is, a lot of times what I see, and we haven't delved a lot into this, but you have just made generalizations like, the wealth disparity is because of Jim Crow or it's because of slavery. Oftentimes what we see is anytime there's an unequal outcome, that we just hear people say, it must be because this thing existed, this historical thing existed, that must be the answer. And what we see is that it overlooks things like culture, like biology, like community, like a bunch of other circumstances, and says, it's just racism or it's just slavery. And then when I'm like, look, I could point to excellent evidence that shows there is a direct correlation, which would imply the causation for these sort of policies and then single motherhood, you're like, no, I don't accept it there. And so I think it's interesting because I think we should go through a fine-tooth comb and all of these claims that the inequities today are because of redlining or Jim Crow or slavery, and I just don't think that's true. And I think you give away the game there somewhat. Who's to say that the exact same cultural failures that allow black men in mass to just be like, I don't care, I'm not going to man up and do this, wouldn't mean that they'd make the same poor choices if all of a sudden we gave them some sort of financial compensation for reparations? And we can see when we give people these monies that don't have a vested cultural or educational sense in investing for the future, oftentimes all they do is self-harm and harm their communities. See the homeless population in places like San Francisco. The more money we give them, the more drugs they do, the more crime that comes, and the less their life expectancy comes about. So I don't know how your defense could just be like, well, there's a problem with black men, and therefore we need to give them more money.
So once again, I want to make this clear. One, there's been so much of discussions in the black community as to the net negative effects of a welfare state. So I don't think we would see that. We wouldn't see that. I'm not going to let you make the claim that there's nothing that would prevent black men from making the same bad decision. First of all, the black birth rate is decreasing. Black women have been doing some of the most fantastic work of holding black men accountable for their failures on the internet. Now, I don't know if you've been watching a lot of those. Well, you probably wouldn't watch a lot of those podcasts, but if a reparations program of some degree was given at this point in the black community's history, I think we would see massive straightening up of black men and black women. The Generation Z has become, and I'm willing to bet the future generations, they have become more church conscious as a whole. They become more religiously centered as a whole than previous generations. So I think that the up and coming generation of black men and those of us that are still here today would not have the net negative. The impact wouldn't be negative as you're attempting to insinuate.
I disagree fundamentally.
I don't think it sounds good. I mean, of course you're going to disagree, but there's no way you can prove that. That's just pure conjecture.
Well, but there's no way you could prove your side of it. And when we're talking about forcing people to pay for a program after we've already put $3.75 trillion just in financial assistance that disproportionately went to blacks over 50 years, it seems like a tough road to hoe that you're going to expect people to say, I can't prove it. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm right, but we should do it. I just don't think that's the case. And even you admitted that the likely outcome is all of the sort of Democrat-leaning blacks or the people that speak up in those communities would say it's not enough, which is the vast majority of blacks. I appreciate and will take you at your word that that's not something you would do. But I think that we've allowed people to get away with a lot saying that like all of these programs are why there's inequity. Again, I'm the only person providing comparative evidence. When I look at Asian Americans, I can see that they were through law restricted well into like the Jim Crow era, couldn't own property, couldn't be citizens, etc. And because they didn't adapt this professional victim and say, we, are entitled to all these, things of this nature, they're doing amazing. So I just think to me, it sounds like just sort of grievance politics and cultural Marxism. And it's just the same old story. Before these narratives came about, like during the Obama administration, whites and blacks and all other racial groups in the United States, every year were saying that racial tensions were smoothing and we were coming together more. And now all of a sudden, the more hyper-focus we have on these things, we cause more divisions. And if you're only looking at it through the lens of the black community, it creates animosity towards the black community. It really does. And people are getting fed up. They look at the significant problems in the black community, and I appreciate you're trying to solve those through instructing people to go to church, but the massive crime rates, the entitlement, the attitudes that's given in many of these communities, and they're tired of it. And it's going to get worse for the black community. And when whites are no longer the majority population and it's Hispanics, they ain't going to give a shit. They're not going to listen to this, but we're victims. They're going to say, fuck you. We had nothing to do with it. And we're going to treat you like shit because you're acting like shit. So I'm trying to steer people in the right direction, say, forget about that victimhood mindset, and let's do things that could actually benefit these communities, such as going to church, such as staying together as a tight-knit community, such as staying together as a household, and push for those instead of these grievance politics that's only going to lead to the same downfalls we see in the status quo.
That's not going to lead to the same downfall. Again, that's pure conjecture. And I would just say this in closing. I think that the fact of the matter is, I also don't think that Hispanics are going to become the majority population. I think whites and blacks both will make sure that doesn't happen. Whites and blacks both will make sure that doesn't happen in this country. That's a cute attempt to do the Red Scare, if you will. But no, the fact of the matter is, when you look at what has happened in the history of this country, and you look at who did unpaid work. Because that's what this is really all about at the end of the day. The descendants of people that were massively disenfranchised for multiple generations, lasting with impacts lasting as long as my grandmother has been alive, because Jim Crow has only been gone for about 70 years. It is undeniable and it is irrefutable that something should be done. And I do believe that my generation and those that come after me will continue to see increases in the marriage rates. We are seeing higher church attendance taking place now in the black community. We're seeing the pulling up by the bootstraps with our own laces now at higher rates than we ever did before. And black people are the number one consumers in this country. Along with the problems that we have, do need to be fixed. We need to become not just consumers but producers. So I don't disagree with you there. But there's also room to walk and chew gum at the same time, to kill two birds with one stone, if you will. So I think that asking the government for something that was systematically stripped from us, I see it as the continuation of the work that Dr. King was trying to do. And once it's done, it's done.
I'll just give a real quick closing as well, if that's cool with you, Mike, and then we can.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll get another Q&A.
I'll just say this, one, I think that there is a fundamental, just like God of the gaps type argument where we blame all of these things, redlining, slavery, for any disparities that we see or inequities that we see in different outcomes today. And I think that that's a misnomer. I think that we're likely to see, as we saw with the war on poverty, even if people are pushing for it that's well-intentioned, and make no mistake, I don't think the Democrats are. I think they push this, in the words of LBJ, so we could have these N-words voting Democrat for the next 100 years. And I do believe that the Democrats use these form of policies and conversations about reparations and monies that go to this community and the constant aggrievement in order to keep people perpetually sucking off the teat of daddy government. And so, obviously, until his exact plan would be enacted, we don't know. But there's all sorts of reasons that I think that you should prefer my argument in this debate. I'll go through them one more time very quickly. One, we didn't really get into this, but it shouldn't be race-based. Sort of acknowledges that when he says even white people should get reparations if they fought in the Civil War. So that's, to me, is a concession that the title.
I didn't say if they fought the Civil War. I didn't say that. I said they should get something if they assisted in the
North, fighting against slavery.
No. In terms of Jim Crow, if white people lost their lives as a result of marching with workers in Jim Crow, again, I'm not going to confine reparations to that 250 plus years of slavery. Like I said in the beginning, I didn't want to interrupt your closing, but
okay. Nonetheless, then even then, if we accept that, that's even worse for him, because one, it still has the same thing, that it would imply whites would be entitled to reparations as well, in that limited status, which means it shouldn't be race-based. It should be based solely on people that could draw a line to being negatively affected. And given that 25% of Black Americans are recent immigrants in the last two generations or earlier, that means that it shouldn't be race-based because they didn't suffer this for their ancestors. Secondly, the government today is made up of people that didn't commit these sins, and we shouldn't punish people. I wanted to get into the religious aspect of it because I heard he said earlier, but what we don't do as Christians or as people in the Western world is we don't punish people today for the sins of the forefathers, and we should not be taking money today to reward people that weren't the victims of these things and punish people that weren't the perpetrators of them. Third, there's no evidence this would make the country better. It's going to cost money. It would cause harm. It will ensure that the money is going to not the most efficient groups, which should be the idea, but instead based on these perceived characteristics such as race. And it's also going to cause more division. Also, we didn't touch the argument. I admit this is a touchy one, but if it's purely about the financial situation, because your ancestors were brought here and they definitely as individuals deserve to not be treated like shit, and it's horrible what would happen, but you as their ancestors doing far better than if you were left in one of these countries. In fact, most likely your family would have been from countries where all of a sudden your situation is so much better when it comes to your wealth, your life expectancy. On average, it's something like 17, 18 years longer that blacks in America are likely to live than the ones that came from these African countries where slaves were. And you're likely looking at an average wealth per adult of $2,000 to on top $10,000 if you stayed in Africa, but now you're looking at $18,000. We can see that reparations have already been paid in the form of welfare, already $3.75 trillion and counting, and it's likely to get higher. Every year, more percentage of our welfare goes to Black Americans that's disproportionately going to Blacks and paid for by whites, which is reparations. If $3.75 trillion isn't enough to get Austin to say, yes, this is enough reparations, what do you think the chances are more left-leaning people than him would accept his policy and say, yep, that's enough? It wouldn't happen. Two more arguments. I think it's going to make things worse for Black people. We've been talking about that. It'll make them more reliant on the government, further entrench the victimhood mindset. He says things are getting better now. Great. Then the status quo is solving. Let's keep going with that, as opposed to reversing that with these reparations conversations. And lastly, I'm proud of my heritage. I'm proud of this country, of the United States. We did not create slavery, but we fought a war to end it. And that wasn't occurring with ancestors in places like Africa. And I'm tired of these sort of narratives that's designed to denigrate people and their ancestors based on their ethnicity or skin color, or to denigrate the West as somehow uniquely evil, when we can see that many of these horrible practices in other countries still occur to this day. We are the greatest civilization that's ever lived. I'm happy to share it with people, but I'm tired of the idea that we have to be ashamed and solely focus on this shit when there's all sorts of bad shit going on. So this grievance idea of constantly going back to the past will never end. The best thing we could do is starting forward, pay people that were directly harmed, whether it be through a racial means or something else, and move forward and stop talking about repayment of the history, because it'll never end. And if we do that, and if Blacks go the way that I think Austin's suggesting and go to church and become fathers and hold themselves accountable, instead of the narrative that the Democrats are largely portioned, which unfortunately Austin is here as well, that you're a victim and you deserve to be paid something from the federal government, I think things will get much better.
All right, I appreciate that, and that was my bad on not creating a definitive boundary on the closing statements beginning, but I just wanted to throw that out there because sometimes people don't give them. So you guys, I appreciate the respect back and forth. Barely had to step in. That's awesome. We're going to get into the Q&A, and I just want to remind everybody that some are going to be serious and some are going to be silly, so don't take them all serious. But yeah, we'll do this for next 30 minutes or so, depending on how many come in, and then we'll go ahead and wrap it up, and you guys can give some shout outs to your channels and stuff. But let's get right into it. Bobby Ballbags for 5 says the auctioneer never loses.
I do talk fast. That's college debate. In college debate, you talk as fast as humanly possible so the other team can understand what you're saying. You only have 9 minutes to talk, so when you talk like this, and then unfortunately when you get into the real world, you're still talking fast. My wife yells at me all the time. I really do have to try to convince myself to slow down, but I apologize.
And Dr. Julio, if this is your first time on here, you're more than welcome to respond to any that are addressing Rob specifically after he gives his answer, and then vice versa, so he can respond to ones that might be specific to you. Yeah, and I'll be going back to some of these beginning ones here in a bit, but I just want to get these $10 ones. I appreciate you guys. Johnny McVito for 10 says, Rob, has there ever been reparations outside of war scenarios, and when is it appropriate? Austin, can I have 1/3 of your paycheck to cover what happened to my ancestors? If not, are you racist?
Okay, I'll answer my portion first if you want. Sure, different countries have had different forms of reparations for all sorts of things. In fact, the United Kingdom, I think, tried to officially pay reparations in some sort for the practice of slavery. In the United States, there were reparations that were paid, in, I guess you could call it that, for all sorts of specific things. Japanese internment was one of them, but you would say that's in the characteristic of war. But I would consider it like a reparation if you're unjustly jailed and you are paid. For me, I think you pay the people that were directly negatively affected by the heinous practice. That's something you could potentially do. What you don't do is pay 8 to 10 generations later, or even if we just say Jim Crow and we go to like the 60s, you don't pay 3 or 4 generations later for that. You don't. And we don't look at specific policies like that weren't the federal government. For example, my ancestors are from the North. The blacks in the North weren't victims of Jim Crow like that. And so it becomes very tenuous. So yes, it's happened. No, I think it's a bad thing to hyper-focus on this for all the reasons I said in the closing statement.
Well, and I would just say briefly, I mean, we have to remember that the American president, Andrew Johnson, stopped black reparations in the middle of it. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if he hadn't been a racist and took back the land grants that William Tecumseh McSherman gave, that whole 40 acres and a mule thing. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if Andrew Johnson would have just done what was morally correct.
Now, to be clear, though, just so everyone knows, there was never an official government declaration or promise. Sherman is a person fighting a war and trying to uplift spirits, particularly of slaves, to convince them to join the northern side, whether it be financially, through labor, or through actually joining the military. And to then say, well, that was a promise because one general said this, I don't think that's the case. There's a separate question of whether or not those people deserved recompense, but the idea that this was somehow an official government policy that was reneged on, I just don't think is the case.
It was a good initiative that was stripped away by a racist president of the United States. You don't have to, you're not going to lose points for admitting that. What he did was morally wrong. It was morally incoherent. You can't claim to be a Christian nation and not practice Christian principles. The slaves were the ones that were literally in chains. They fought for their freedom. They should have gotten 40 acres and a mule. Period.
It's funny. I'm glad you brought up the Christian point, right? Because I saw in your recent debate you talked about this. I think I think the Bible is quite clear in many verses, particularly in the Old Testament, that we do not punish people today for sins of the fathers, which is exactly what you're speaking to. So even if we accept that the Christian, real quick, even if we accept that it wouldn't have been a Christian thing to have slaves or to not recompense the slaves, it would also not be Christian to pay for reparations now. For example, Ezekiel 18:19-20 says, "Yet you ask, why does the son not share the guilt of his father? Since the son has done what is just and right and has been careful to keep all of my decrees, he will surely live. The child will not share the guilt of the parent, nor the parent share the guilt of the child. The righteousness of the righteous will be credited to them, and the wickedness of the wicked will be charged against them." This is a clear implication that we do not say that people today should be punished for the sins of the past, nor should your righteousness be rewarded for the people that come in the future.
So the Bible also says that a servant is worthy of his hire, does it not?
Yeah, what's that have to do with reparations?
And if you were never paid again, I'd tell you the same thing I told Bo. You might want to go look at what the year of Jubilee was in the Bible. It was where all debts would be wiped away and people were actually given an opportunity to reset their lives. In biblically, that was a Jewish principle. And so this idea that somehow you're going to try to use the Old Testament and Ezekiel when the Lord Jesus himself said that a servant is worthy of his hire. And Jesus tells a parable of what happens to the unjust steward. So you can't try to nitpick and select scriptures that you think make you right when the most biblical principle would have been to free those that you brought over here in chains unjustly and to let them have their land. There's no way to skirt around that. Because let me ask you this. Do you think Jesus of Nazareth would have an issue with the U.S. government issuing a formal apology and a reparations program as an apology for Jim Crow?
Well, yes, I ultimately think it would go against the principles.
Based on
the apology's fine, but forcing people to pay for the sins of the fathers.
No. Okay. Based on what evidence, based on what words that Jesus used, could you demonstrate that argument to be true?
Because I think Jesus was largely in concord with the Old Testament that we don't punish people for sins of the father, right? An apology is one thing.
Based around the words that he said. No. Based around the words that he said, based around every parable he gave us, can you show me anywhere biblically out of the mouth of Jesus that would indicate objectively he would be against a form of a reparations plan as a recompense for a historical injustice?
No. Can you prove to me where? Wait. Can you show me where in the Bible he says that? And secondly, can you show me
that a servant is worthy of his hire?
That's
sure,
not
let's show you.
Okay. That doesn't mean that
doesn't
mean that the owner, that the person that hired the servant, his great grandchildren have to pay this great grandchildren. Last question on this. Last question on this. Can you show me where Jesus said, unless he specifically talked about a covenant being different, that we no longer follow the words of the Old Testament? My form of Christianity still looks at that book.
Did say he came to establish a new testament.
Okay, so he said that
he did come to fulfill the law of Moses. So you might want to be careful.
So your argument is that Ezekiel 18:19-20 no longer applies, and I could give you Deuteronomy 24:6, 2 Kings 14:6, Jeremiah 31.
I'm not going to tap dance around this. My argument is simple. Can you show me anywhere out of the words of Jesus Christ where, based around the words he used, the parables he provided, where he would be against the government, one, offering an apology for slavery and Jim Crow, and two, offering a reparations package targeted to those two time periods in American history? Can you show me where out of every word he said, he would be against that? You already said no, because you know that he wouldn't.
What you're doing is an analogy. Can you show me whatsoever
No, I'm not
Jesus?
doing an
Can you
analogy.
say?
I'm
Can
asking
you
you a
show?
question
Can
about-
you show me?
I'm
Can
asking
you
you-
show me? Can you show me anywhere where Jesus
Rob, wait a
said?
minute.
Let me finish.
No, I'm not
Let me
doing an
finish. Let
analogy.
me finish.
Don't
Let me.
mischaracterize my argument.
I mean,
Hold on.
All right,
Hold
been
on.
a pretty
we'll do a
polite
quick
debate.
back and forth. Yeah,
I mean-
and then we got to go to I got to tap dance to the next question, actually.
I mean,
So just don't very quickly, Rob. Don't mischaracterize my argument. I'm not drawing an analogy. I'm asking a specific question about a specific individual.
you keep filibustering and talking over me as I'm giving you the evidence, right? Just because Jesus didn't specifically say this sort of political policy is something I'm against, you can't show me evidence of him saying he's for it. And you're claiming one of the reasons you're for this is because Jesus would be. What I can show you is Jesus never said the Old Testament is scrapped. He said, I'm rewriting
Jeremiah
the covenant, but let me
22:13.
finish. He does
just
not
one
he does not say that the sins of the father should now all of a sudden be paid by people in the future. He does not say that. Your parable about the servant does nowhere, shape, or form say that if a man does not pay a servant, that his great, 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 great grandchildren have to pay the grandchildren of the great, 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 great grandchildren. Can you show me one time that Jesus said
As
that?
it is written, Jeremiah 22:13. Woe unto him that buildeth his house by unrighteousness, that useth his neighbor's service without wages. That's Jeremiah 22:13 in the Old Testament. So we know that they use, and Jesus said that you should love thy neighbor as thyself. And we know the parable of the Good Samaritan, the same parable I gave Chattel Jackson, where a Samaritan was on Jericho Road, and excuse me, where a man was on Jericho Road and was robbed. And the Jews passed him by, and a good Samaritan, a man of another race, came by and helped him. Jesus said, who was his neighbor? And he said, him that showed mercy. He said, go and do that likewise. So based according to Jesus, we're all neighbors. So Jesus is the fulfillment of the Old Testament law. Based around Jesus' language, we're all neighbors because we're all children of
Then
God.
give me money.
Therefore, the Old Testament, if it is written, woe unto him that buildeth his house by unrighteousness, that useth his neighbor's service without wages, that means that is an injustice that Jesus would support then reparations.
That's
Period.
not true. Does Jesus say anywhere there about your
No.
children
So
or
how is it
children's
not-
children having to pay that? What that parable
No.
is saying
How is that
is
not-
that individual is responsible. The entire Bible, the message of the Bible, and in the New Testament is that you yourself are your keeper. You are responsible for your actions. You are not responsible for the actions of your forefathers. You should not be rewarded or punished based on that. You go to heaven based on you and the actions that you take. And if you
just
accept
said-
Christ as your Savior, it is not about it's. And the
said at the
example.
start
Let
of
me
this
finish.
debate.
I give you the example that you're giving in no way, shape, or form implies that a century later, that 6 generations after this person should pay because they're responsible now, 6 generations that are now rewarded. Everyone that's listening can see this. Last thing I'll say on this, even when you talked about debt forgiveness in the forms of the Jewish faith, which again, the Old Testament would still apply, that again goes contrary to your argument. If we forgave debts every 50 years,
No, it
why
doesn't
would we
know.
have to pay the debt of
You said at
slavery
the
from
start of this
200 years
debate-
ago?
You said at the start of this debate that we are a collective, that all the government is a collective of people. All the government is, it's a collective of individuals. So
When it comes
I
to
accept
payments,
your
yes.
premise. So we are the continuation of a collective of individuals. So that means that in some capacity, the collective may have to pour money into the pot. That's it. And if you can't refute my argument because it's based biblically. Woe unto him that buildeth his house in unrighteousness, that uses his neighbor's service without wages. Jesus affirms the reality of the danger of this sort of way of living when he says that a servant is worthy of his hire, and he gives us the parable of the Good Samaritan and the unjust steward. So you couldn't give me an argument that would show Jesus would be against reparations because it doesn't exist.
Let me ask you just real quick.
Rob, real quick. Last point. I got to
let's-
go to the next one, but it's relevant to this.
If I could prove that your great-great-grandfather robbed my great-great-grandfather, do you owe me money plus interest?
No, that's not what we're
That's
talking
what I
about.
thought.
Because now you're trying to
But the
individualize something
servant,
that
you
was
have to pay the
systemic.
servant.
You will not let me respond. You will not individualize something that was systemic. When individual actions start to take place on a mass scale, that's where the term systemic comes from. Black people were systemically seen as property. So don't give me that bullshit response of, if my great-great-grandfather was robbed by X, Y, and Z, should you owe me money? No, we're talking about something that occurred on a mass scale. You can't be intellectually obtuse when it benefits you and then be intellectually analytical when it does, when you think that it doesn't. That doesn't work here.
I'm no theologian, but I think you have this exactly backwards. When we talk about the individual, you say, of course we wouldn't look at that. We only look at the collective. To me, the spirit of the Bible is saying that we judge people based as individuals, not as collective guilt, and certainly not the sins of the fathers. I think the Bible's ripe with saying that that's not the case. That's not how we judge people.
All right, so this one actually is relevant to, and you guys can kind of finish this up after I read these two. FBNW8PP sends $20. Thank you, sir. He says, you don't blame the sons for the sins of the father. You don't burden future generations with guilt over laws, policies, or actions they had no part in or no say over through collective guilt. That is evil. He followed it up with another 20. Thank you, sir. If you, quote, if you fail, you fail, end quote. Once reparations are given, people will just be told to stop complaining. Sounds good in theory, but in practice, if you give an inch, they take a mile. That's why people say never pay a ransom. All right, you guys can riff on that back where you were a second. Chat's loving it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I think people will always complain. I mean, Jesus said you'd always have poor people with you. You'll always have complainers with you too. That doesn't mean I'm going to do anything about it. I'm just not going to listen to you. I don't really have much to say on that one.
Let me to take this in a slightly different way, because I think during my closing statement, I thought you sort of changed an argument. Maybe I misheard the first time. Do you think you mentioned like the war machine? We gave all this money to Ukraine. Do you think they should have to pay it back because we basically saved their ass?
In my opinion, yeah.
Okay. Should you pay back me because my ancestors died saving your ancestors' ass?
No.
Why not? What's the difference?
That's not the same. That's not the same.
Why?
Thing.
Back is our country going to war.
Something your ancestors did to mine.
Mine didn't. My ancestors didn't own slaves. They fought to free them.
Okay, so your ancestors fought to own slaves, but why?
No. They fought to free them.
Okay, fought to free them. I just said that. What is that? How does that? If I was still the affected class, well, that doesn't make sense.
Ukraine feels they're the affected class.
I don't have by the logic you just displayed. I wouldn't have money to pay you back in that context in the first place. If you fought to free slaves, that's.
No, wait a second. Ukraine feels they're the victim. They feel Russia was the aggressor. They did nothing wrong. And they would say, we're poor now. We don't have money to pay back. And you said, I don't care. Pay it back. Same situation, directly analogous.
So what? Germany had to pay back billions of dollars to the loan sharks. That doesn't. You lost.
But again, Germany was. Do you think that Ukraine was the aggressor in the war?
No, Ukraine was not.
Okay, so Ukraine in this situation is analogous to the slaves. They are the poor victim. The United States is. Let me finish, please. You can disagree once I outline the analogy. You certainly have the opportunity to disagree when I outline the analogy. They are victims just like slaves were victims, right? The United States gives up their treasure of blood to help them, right? And you're saying, Ukraine, although they're victims, and I feel they are, should pay that back. Same situation here. My ancestors, what is unique about the United States is it fought a war to end slavery. Most of the African countries where your ancestors came from and were tragically brought over here, they ain't fighting a war to end slavery. They're still engaging in the practice. My country fought a war. We lost tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, I think, men fighting that war to end slavery. My ancestors were on that side of it. Why shouldn't you and the rest of the people that were slaves that were freed because of the actions of my ancestors recompense me?
You fought to free us from an injustice we never should have had to take place.
Same with Ukraine.
So that doesn't. No, we had no business getting involved in the Ukraine conflict.
What's the relevancy?
It's the same thing.
It's the same in the sense that you.
Property. That's a foolish. No, let me respond.
Okay.
That's a foolish notion. If we were brought over here as property and you fought to free us, that is not the same thing as loaning billions of dollars to a country that we literally didn't have to give the money to begin with. That's a stupid analogy.
The idea of whether or not the United States should get involved is irrelevant at this point.
It's very relevant.
Let me finish. It did get involved.
Slavery
let's let Rob get his point, and I'll give you a chance to respond as well.
It did get involved, right? And so you're saying, I think they should have to pay us back. My forefathers that didn't own slaves didn't have to get involved in freeing slaves, but they did, and they died for it. Why shouldn't I be recompensed?
They chose to fight against an injustice you should be recompensed, but let's say you should be recompensed, not by Black Americans. No.
Why not? If Ukraine,
we were the class that was affected. That doesn't make sense.
So what? Are you better at? Let's go with it.
Are you just saying something just to say it? Like,
no.
Listen to what you just said. If you fought to free people, that's like saying that the Jews that were freed from the concentration camps should seek reparations from American soldiers that also died freeing them. That's foolish. You don't. Why would you ask the affected class to pay you for taking a just action?
You're the one that said that is Ukraine the victim?
Within the confines of the war, yes, but we're not talking about.
Is it just
comparing oranges to apples here?
No. Is it just for the United States to help them? if they're victims?
The U.S. again, the U.S. had no business getting involved in Ukraine.
But is it just? Is it just? Is it a moral, righteous thing to help victims?
Is it a moral, righteous, or just the right thing to help victims? Yes. That does not. That is not. That is a false equivocation that you're not going to get away with. That's insane.
No, the principle. The principle still stands.
You will not compare chattel slavery to U.S. government intervention in the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Those are two completely different categories, and you're literally committing a definitional category error by trying to introduce that question. That's insane.
It's not.
Hey, Rob, I'd like to read this one from Zach Gelpy real quick for 10. Thank you, Zach. Hopefully we see you at DebateCon. Ukraine doesn't have the money to pay back the United States, or Ukraine doesn't have the money to pay back the United States either. So what's your point?
Yeah, that's not for me. That's
Rob. I don't know.
No, I just wanted to cut in while it was still on the Ukraine topic.
You are right. You are right that the argument for getting involved is different. Totally agree with that, right? But once we get involved, the principle still applies. If the principle is the person that's the victim of the aggression shouldn't be the one to pay back, okay, I accept that. And so you'd say Ukraine shouldn't pay us back, Russia should. And yes, you deserve to be paid for the actions of your ancestor, Rob, but not from my people, from the people that own slaves. That would be an apples to apples comparison. But you didn't. You said that Ukraine, who you acknowledge are the victims, should have to pay us back, not the Russians. And so I'm saying that while you are correct that there are differences in the reasons for getting involved, both situations are the victims paying the army that went in and saved them.
Rob,
you said it, not me. If you want to say I changed my mind.
That's literally a category error.
Well, Zach continued saying Ukrainians are victims of being invaded. They didn't ask to be invaded. Russia just invaded them. They are the affected class in this analogy.
Okay, and the U.S. should have never gotten involved in it and shouldn't have gave us the money, but we did, so they should pay us back. That's still a category error. That's not, I have no other response to that except the fact that that is a literal category error.
I could go on, and we got a ton more comments to get to, guys. I don't know how much time you guys both have, so I do want to try to get through as many as possible here.
I do have a hard stop at 11.
Okay, are you? Is that in 15 minutes for you?
Yeah, I'm on Eastern Standard.
Got it. Okay, well let me just get through some of these. You can give short responses, or you can choose not to. But I just gotta read them here. Peaches 2023 since 5 says our white ancestors giving their lives to free your ancestors just wasn't enough. Welfare isn't enough. It's never enough. You're constant victims. So you could take a second if you want. Respond to that.
I mean, it's the same thing Bo Robertson said. I just disagree with it. I don't think telling the truth about history makes you a victim.
Telling the truth doesn't. Demanding recompense does.
And then real quick, to dovetail back to the Ukraine thing, Zach says, with that argument, then the Northerners had no business invading the Southerners to free the slaves because it wasn't their fight. They didn't have slaves.
Yep.
That was countrymen correcting a moral injustice within their own country. That's a completely different than funding a foreign nation for war purposes.
Why wouldn't they just leave the South secede, which is what the South wanted? Problem solved. You could blame the South, but
Lincoln wanted to keep, because Lincoln was morally correct and wanted to keep the Union together. He wanted to hold he wanted to make sure the Constitution was the supreme law of the land, not some land.
It's fair, but what I'm saying is they're analogous, although it's not completely the same.
Not
there are people. Let me finish. There are people that make similar arguments with Ukraine that this is important to stop sort of Russian aggression, which is a problem to the United States and the people of it and the free peoples around the world. Similar argument.
Not foreign policy to domestic policy.
We do have some more comments about history here. The Cut 03 since 10. Thank you for your support, sir. First black slaveholder was in 1621. By 1850, there were 4,000 black slaveholders. Should their descendants pay reparations? How far back, and how do we come up with a reasonable number to pay?
It's very important to understand that those black slave owners were purchasing their family members for the purposes of freeing them. And this is talked about by the Freedmen's Bureau, Frederick Douglass, and several others. So that's a stupid question.
I disagree. It's certainly, and not to mention, also not said there were roughly 24,000, 51,000 Native Americans that were slaves. And we also saw Asians that were slaves. And although it's not exactly the same as slaves, sometimes it was even worse. We had hundreds of thousands of whites, particularly Irish, English, Scots, and Germans that were indentured servants, tantamount to 350,000 of them. Oftentimes the indentured servants were treated worse because they were theoretically temporary ownership, though most of them it was a lifetime sentence. And so they were sent to do the more difficult labor. Do their families deserve reparations?
You said a lot and you talked very fast. You're going to have to say that again.
A bunch of other races were slaves as well, including whites.
In the USA?
Yes.
Okay. Were they slaves based around how long was the extension of their slavery?
Well,
And was the slavery based around purely the color of their skin?
It's not that the slavery is based even on blacks on purely the color of their skin. It would be more the race, right? Yes, there were absolutely Indian slaves, for example, that were slaves because of the color of their skin. And it's a misnomer to think that the U.S. was somehow unique in this form of slavery. It turns out people were slaves because of their specific tribe or ethnicity all over the world for thousands upon thousands of years before and after slavery in the transatlantic slave trade.
And those people should seek recompense for the country that affected them.
Okay, but it's not unique. Like when you say, were they affected by the race?
I didn't ask you if it was unique. I didn't ask you if it was unique.
Okay, I guess my answer is yes. They too were slaves because of their race.
All right, I got a couple more here for Julio before he leaves. Chicken Driz for $9.99 said, you said in your form of reparations that you were looking for the wrongs of the past to be acknowledged and fixed. Couldn't we interpret the abolition movement as just that?
Possibly, but I'm specifically talking about acknowledgement by the U.S. federal government directly. The U.S. government issued a formal apology to Japanese Americans. It issued $80,000 checks to them. It did something similar with the Jews. It did something similar with AAPI, and it has never done anything specific of that nature for Black Americans.
It didn't apologize, or it didn't send money.
Didn't do both. There has never been a formal apology issued by the United States of America.
I don't know if that's true or not. I'll accept that you're right about that. I think that it's sort of.
I wouldn't make it up.
Was there ever a formal thank you for us ending slavery? The people that didn't own slaves never benefited for it and died to end it?
Why would I need to formally thank you for doing something that should have never been done in the first place?
What's it matter if I'm not the person that did that, or my ancestors weren't the person that did it?
Same question Bo asked me on Sean's show. Like that's just it's a ridiculous question. You want like I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told him. It's like a dad wanting credit for showing up to his kid's basketball game. You want to thank you and a kowtow and a step and fetch for doing what should have never had to be done in the first place?
No, that'd be like you're mistreating your kid and I come in to save your kid. I'm not the one mistreating him. The North wasn't the ones that had slaves. My ancestors didn't have the slaves.
So you want me to tell you how can Black people formally thank you when they didn't have government positions of power?
I just don't give a shit. You shouldn't either. That's my point. But if we're going to talk about who owes apologies and who owes thank yous for actions that occurred hundreds of years ago, then I might as well get in the game too.
Well, you'll lose. You'll stay on the bench.
We got 10 minutes left.
I'm feeling good.
For this gentleman. Roughneck Jarheads for 20. Thank you, sir. Says Julio's wrong about the spending. He is reading the number one discretionary spending is defense. Rob is right.
Yeah.
You
are incorrect about the spending, and you'll see that when you look into it. Defense is like 4th or 5th every year.
We just looked this up.
No, you were reading discretionary. You're not reading totals.
I read U.S. budget. I didn't read discretionary, and that's a misstatement. We can look it up again here in real time. I will literally chat GPT this right now. And
tell me the prompt you put in. Go ahead.
What is the number one most spent on U.S. budget item that is not within discretionary spending?
Why are you putting not within discretionary? Just number one spending.
You said I said discretion at first, so let's.
No. Just type spending. That's all we need to do. Just type what are the top 5 things ranked in order that are spent with the U.S. government every year. Type it in. Let's see what ChatGPT says.
What are the top? Repeat the question. What are the top 5 things in order that the U.S. government spends money on every year?
Yes.
Okay. Social Security, Medicare, U.S. Department of Defense, Medicaid, and interest on the national debt.
So it's not number 1, as I said the entire debate.
No, you said entitlements were number 1, which was a lie.
Yes, entitlements like Social Security,
that's
Medicare, Medicaid. Social Security.
You're saying, but no, you said welfare and SNAP, which is that's what you said.
That's not what I said. I didn't say welfare and SNAP alone. I said it was entitlement. I didn't know the specific programs. When I later looked and found the evidence, I basically, let me finish real quick, please. I basically read exactly what you just did, and you kept telling me, no, it's defense. Will you admit you were wrong?
No, because I wasn't wrong.
You are wrong. It's not defense.
I'm looking at this. This is not. That doesn't. What I made that statement about was to refute the idea that you were trying to insinuate that welfare was so much money was spent on welfare that was a form of reparations. I was refuting that point. I was not wrong there. The U.S. spends more money on war and defense than it does on welfare entitlements.
I will
That
just
was
say
my
that
point, which is why I'm not wrong.
I will say this. I think it's a very bad look for you and the rest of the arguments you're making, because this is an easy point that you're wrong on. You can say, my bad. It's not even a big deal. You'd say, yeah, shit, we all misread
No, it's
charts.
not a big deal, but I
And the
wasn't
fact that you're
wrong.
digging in, it really harms your credibility here. I just think it does, and it's a
doesn't
bad
harm
look
my
for you.
credibility. It's
It
simply,
certainly
I'm
does.
simply telling you that. I mean, you can say that. It's fine.
All right, we got one that's also directed towards Dr. Julio. Tom Fridella since 20. Appreciate you, sir. You agree the nuclear family is a primary correlate to outcomes for children. Rather than reparations, what if we incentivize improving behavior for all? 2 kids, both parents at home, etc. Blacks have 50% more to grow culture.
I think that's a great idea. I think that one of the things that we should look at as well is there was I believe I read this a couple of years ago. There was a plan put in by the Russian government that actually incentivized marriage. I think it gave women $10,000 per child if they were married or something like that, up to 4 kids. I think plans like that will work. I think that's a great idea.
There's more to it than that. I will just say this briefly. I have no problem theoretically with incentivizing financially parenthood. What I will say is the problem's deeper than that, and it's cultural and it's religious, and we need to get out of sort of worshiping at the idol of materialism and get back to church and understanding that having children is not just about finances, because spiritually it's the most fulfilling thing you could do. Find a loving partner, have children, and have a family.
All right, Rob, we got one for you. Center of the board, 854, sends $10 and says, how is it possible for Rob to argue against reparations for restorative wrong for blacks when Native Americans are still receiving reparations from the systemic removal from their land today?
Because just because there's one thing that maybe shouldn't have occurred doesn't mean that another should. The reparations for Native Americans were given very close and directly to people that then invested that into things that were able to benefit people going forward. The Native Americans were worse off after the treatment they received. As was argued in this debate, the ancestors of the slaves are better off having been brought here, their ancestors been brought here, than they would have been if they were left in Africa. And again, I guess the simplest answer is I just don't care. There's no reason that people today of all ethnicities, including Hispanics, including Asians, including people from all around the world that are now citizens of this country, should have to pay for an action that they had nothing to do with, let alone white people that actually fought to free slaves that never owned slaves. Again, remind you, only roughly, I think what was it, 8% of whites living in the United States today ever had an ancestor that had a home where a slave was in it.
You didn't even address what Center of the Board said. He
Sure
said
did.
that these people are still receiving reparations today. Why would you not support reparations for Black Americans or do you have a problem with Native Americans doing that? But your response to that was you just don't give a shit.
That's
So
basically
you
right.
didn't address what he said. You tap dance around it and just said, I don't give a shit.
No, that's not true. I directly addressed it. I said those people were given reparation more of a timely focus, and whether or not I'd have to see each. Let me finish.
You're not addressing
I would have to look at each individual situation and see what was occurring now to see if I agree or disagree with it. Nonetheless, whatever the outcome is on me agreeing or disagreeing with it is irrelevant to this conversation of reparations for blacks.
It's not irrelevant. That's why
every argument I've made stands as to why we shouldn't give reparations to blacks. Still.
All right, let's lighten it up for a second before we get to maybe one last question after this. Chef Secret Sauce Nasty asked both of you, dear pizza hater, ask the guys their favorite pizza. He knows I don't like pizza. He asks every single debater almost every time that I moderate the same question.
Mine just pepperoni. I'm a huge fan.
I like Strombolis. I said this the other time. Extra cheese, mushroom, onion, pepperoni.
Yeah, Chef, did you not put that in your spreadsheet that you already knew what Rob's was?
And I'm fat, so you should trust my judgment. Clearly, I eat more than Dr. Julio here, so trust me.
All right, a little more serious one. Neglectful Sausage, unrelated to the other guy's name. Since 5, he says, ask him what the difference is between him asking for racial wealth tax and Judenvermögensabagim, I think it's a Swedish word. Both are predicated on, quote, they stole and hoard wealth. He just wanted me to try to say that word. I think that's.
I don't know. I don't know.
My guess is that's criticizing Jewish folks would be my guess is what he's trying to do there.
I mean, I will never speak against Jewish people getting the reparations.
I can't speak to it.
Luckily, that's an obscure one. Not going to get the channel banned from that.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. You're not going to get my channel banned. No thanks.
All right. John GQ since 10. Thank you, John. Says, do you agree that the U.S. should compel historically slave trading sub-Saharan African countries to pay reparations due to their role in the slave trade? Declare war if necessary?
I don't know about declaring war, and I also don't know about compelling a sub-Saharan. I think because I saw that's referencing the UN declaration of it called American chattel slavery, the most grave evil in the history. I don't actually agree with that statement. I'm not gonna. I've never ranked moral evils, but I think each country that had slavery needs to deal with it in their own way. I wouldn't have the U.S. try to get involved in anybody else's business as to what their slavery system looked like or anything of the sort. Just every country deal with it individualistically.
That's fine. I largely agree with that. I will ask how that clashes with your biblical worldview.
Each nation deals with within its own borders.
But okay, I agree. That sounds good to me. I don't understand why the principle wouldn't apply to each person as opposed to your great grandchildren. Oh,
because we're talking about nations. So the Israelites dealt with the Israelites, the Amalekites, the Amalekites dealt with the Amalekites, the Moabites dealt with the Moabites. That's a very simple response to that.
I have nothing more on it. That's fine.
All right, let's see. Where is this person who is crying in the chat so I can read their comment? 1 second. Okay, so say what now sends $2 and says, can we refund? Or no, wrong one. He said, quote, entitlements, in quote, SSN is an entitlement boom.
I always considered Social Security an entitlement. I could be wrong, but I was factually correct. Your statement was defense was clearly number one. I even specifically said, if I could prove that we've moved away from that and it's no longer defense, you said, sure, but defense is number one. It's not.
So what I'm again speaking to, yes, Social Security, you pay into Social Security. That's not what I'm talking about either. You pay into Social Security as a result of you working. Reparations is not the same sort of entitlement as Social Security. It's not even an entitlement. It's just, you're entitled to the debt. Oh, yes, but I wouldn't classify reparations as the same in this sort of same programmatic schema.
Well, I agree, but your argument was clearly it's far and away. I think you may have said defense 60% of our budget. I thought you said, and according to
the source, 65% of our budget fiscal year 2025, and I gave you the source for that.
I think you're reading it wrong, or either the source is incorrect.
I'm not reading it wrong. I just quoted. I'm not reading it.
Okay, so then when you just chat GPT'd and it said that wasn't the case, which one's right? You gave me two sources. One agreed with me, and the other didn't.
Again. The confines of what we were speaking about, you said that entitlements along the lines of welfare and what was the other thing? You said one more. You said two things were the number one budget items. I simply stated that was inaccurate. Social Security is not the same kind of entitlement program for that matter as welfare. Welfare is not a form of reparations either. That was the point I was combating. And our defense budget does exceed the amount we spend on welfare. So I'm not wrong there. I'll give you, okay, it may not be number one. Concede that point. Excuse me. I'll concede if it's not number one. We still spend vastly much more money on defense than we do on welfare, which was specifically what I was countering.
What's defined welfare? Is Medicaid welfare?
SNAP and
how about Medicaid?
Low-income housing assistance.
How about Medicaid? Does that count as welfare? What about Medicaid? It doesn't count? Low-income people's health care, that doesn't count as welfare?
I just gave you what I'm speaking of.
So you're saying...
You want to try to expand it, I'm not going to let you do that.
If you just say, no, I don't count Medicaid.
Let's try to get two more questions in before he's got to go.
Okay.
One more from Zach Gelpy here. He says, as a Jew, I demand that we get reparations from Egypt for 3,000 years of slavery. Then with this stupid argument.
I'm sorry. Say
the
that
pyramids are nice, though. They did build the pyramids, right?
Mr. Gelpy would like some reparations from Egypt for 3,000 years of slavery as a Jew. I guess what's your stance on that?
You better go talk to whoever the new pharaoh is, brother.
All right, one more. Johnny McVito says for 10, Austin, if there's no, quote, reparations due to those who stand up for the victims and only reparations for the said victims, is it worth saying them when it's going to cost you? If no, comment to Rob.
I don't know what. Repeat that. What is he trying
to say?
I
think basically what he's saying is, why would people, if you say, no, you don't get recompense for putting yourself on the line to correct injustices, why would anyone ever do it?
No. Let me be more specific. I said you don't get recompense from the affected class.
Who should get more money then? like from the federal government. The person who had the slave that then went on to produce ancestors because he was freed, or the person whose lineage was all but stopped short, and now there's only a very limited amount of people because he was killed. Slavery bad, death worse, right?
Well, Rob,
Well,
there's
going
before
to
he
die.
leaves, I did want to read one more $20 forum from Say What Now. I'm trying to just go through and read all the ones
Yeah.
that are like, directed at him before we go, and that are at least somewhat serious. Julio, so a Christian nation makes a mistake and is no more that. Does one mistake disqualify the entire history of a nation or its Christian founding? What prophet besides Jesus was perfect their entire life?
None. That's the point. I never said that one action makes you not a Christian nation. The whole core of Christianity is that human beings are imperfect, flawed creatures in need of redemption. And America, I mean, I said this to Bo as well. America is the greatest country on earth. Doesn't mean it's not flawed. Doesn't mean it's not areas of improvement. This is why the Apostle Paul could say we need to die to ourselves daily. We're in combat between the old man and the new. America is still in combat. I mean, and that's my response. That's my only response to that question.
All right. I was trying to find Joseph Mullins here. He said he sent one, but I don't see it. I don't see it unless you were just asking me to read your regular comment. Sorry, bro. Limited time. Plebius Maximus for 10. Austin, do you know who Anthony Johnson is?
I believe it was the first person to die in the Revolutionary War, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the cut 03 sent 10 to say Anthony Johnson, first black slave owner, solidified lifelong slavery. So it isn't a stupid argument.
Is your argument, just to be clear, your argument is Anthony Johnson did not own slaves to force them to work. He literally just bought them as slaves to ensure they weren't enslaved by other people and then treated them as free men?
Anthony, I would have to look more into that one. I'm not familiar with Anthony Johnson on that one. I'm not going to speak on something I don't have the full knowledge of, the full content. But I know a large percentage of slave owners that were black they purchased their families to free them. That goes back to a study that was released back in 1929 on slavery. It was there was data that was found from several Mississippi auctions that had black slave owners that were purchasing slaves, and they would free their wives. Black husbands would purchase their wives, and then by extension the children as well.
Yeah, but I don't think that that's actually the people that come into the data that you're looking at about black slave owners. I don't think most people are considering them when they say there were hundreds of black slave owners. No. Let me be clear. And so that answer is not going to work. For example, if I said there were 80 black slave owners that each owned on average 12 slaves, and you're like, yeah, but there were these other groups of blacks that would buy their wife. That's great. What's that have to do with these 80 black slave owners that the questioner was
as far as what I'm saying is, until I have data to suggest otherwise, the overwhelming majority of black slave owners were purchasing their wives and children for freedom and their family members for freedom. Until I see evidence that shows me contrary, I'm not going to change that position.
So in Louisiana in 1830, there were 965 free black slave owners who held 4,206 slaves. They were wealthy Creole planters who owned dozens or even hundreds of slaves and worked them on the sugar and cotton plantations. That's 965. I don't think those were just people that were buying slaves to free them because they wanted to marry them.
They not have been there. Okay, again, I'm saying the overwhelming majority. I don't know that.
Well,
you're saying that only 965 people own 4,000 slaves.
No, I'm saying that there were that was just Louisiana, but that's a huge portion. From what I'm reading here, 3,775 free black people owned a total of 12,760 slaves. Now, if the argument was that the vast majority of them were just owning their wife, then we surely wouldn't see that. And the data seems to suggest in almost every state, no, the majority of these people own slaves and use them as slaves. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't see any evidence.
Well,
you presented it. It sounds unbelievable.
Assuming that's the case, those people they're wrong. But it's still a practice that was put in place. I mean, that doesn't somehow decrease the quality of my argument, though. What is the point of?
You brought up the argument as refutation to the argument of black slave owners, and you made it seem like, well, actually, that's way blown out of proportion. Because let me finish real quick. The majority of those people were actually just people buying their wives to free them or buying their brothers to free them. It doesn't appear that's the case. Now, I have no doubt that there were blacks that got freed and then said, "I'd like to purchase my wife," but we wouldn't call them a slave.
Sorry, what was that, Julio? Go ahead.
I said I would need to look into that further before I say that they were, that was, Lord have mercy. I would need to look into what you are saying, the data you just provided further to provide a more accurate analysis of it. But from what I have studied, from the reports that were published, I believe this was Carter G. Woodson that published this in 1929. Not Carter G. Woodson. The name of the original author is escaping, but there was a study done in 1929 that showed that in a large percentage of these auctions that took place in Mississippi and in Georgia and certain parts of Alabama, there were blacks that purchased slaves, and the majority of these slaves were their wives or their children. So if you're saying this is new information, then I would just have to look at it.
Yeah, I just, my suspicion is, and I would grant I have to look into it, that history would not call those people slave owners. That's not showing up in the data when people suggest.
They were still seen as property. You were still labeled as property until you were given your freedom paper. So yes, you would still be classified.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what we're including as the 3,900 something black slave owners. I don't think that's including someone who bought their wife and had her for a day and then freed her as a slave owner. So.
Well, I mean, I'd have to look at the data more
That's
clearly
fair.
I'd make a claim on pro or negative that.
Well, yeah, I super appreciate your time, man. I don't want to keep you too long. I was trying to kind of let you guys wrap that up on your own. I'm gonna try to read the rest of these super chats before I get off here. Rob, I saw someone in your chat said that they like pickle pizza, and that sounds disgusting.
Boo.
You should ban that guy from the chat.
I'm too lazy.
Well, that's good too. Let him free speech it out. All right. And I don't really ban anybody here either, unless you get spammy. But you guys want to shout out your channels before we wrap this up? And Rob, you're welcome to stay on if there's any more.
Yeah, if there's a question,
supers.
I can stay on. That's no problem.
Cool.
I'll shout out my channel first if you don't mind, Austin. I'm Normal America with robnoerr on YouTube and just Normal America on other platforms such as Rumble. I usually stream every weeknight around 10 p.m. Eastern time. It's been an absolute pleasure, Austin. Look, after this conversation, I hope we could agree on this. If you are someone who's concerned about the black community, two things to take from this that we're in agreement. One, church, family values. Those things are immensely important. So please, please, please consider focusing on that. And secondly, the Democratic Party is not helping you. And in fact, they're focused on other groups while they claim to care about you. And they show with their actions they're more interested in groups like illegal immigrants, LGBT, etc., than they are the black community. So it's been a pleasure, though. I had a lot of fun, and maybe we'll be able to debate again on something or agree with something. I think it would be a blast. So thanks for your time, and thank you, Mike, as well, for having us.
Yes, sir. It's my pleasure.
And y'all know where to find me. I'm Austin Off Script on all platforms. Austin Off Script real Austin Off Script on TikTok. Austin Off Script on everywhere else, and including YouTube. Rob, this was a really, really good debate. I think we agree on the core issue. The Democratic Party is not helping us at all. They are not helping Americans at all right now. They are the party of the globalists. They are the party of the collectivists, and supporting them will only end in the continuation of talking with no solutions. So there's no point in voting for them. I'm sure that in the future we're going to find ourselves agreeing much more than we're disagreeing, and so I think this was a very fun debate. And Mike, thank you for the invitation as well. I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah,
and I'm
man,
sure
we'll have you back.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we'll do more debates in the future for sure. This was fun. I enjoyed it.
Me too.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Well, we will go ahead and try to wrap up these super chats here. Dr. Julio, have a great night.
Take care, guys.
See ya.
All right. Let me switch over to screen share real quick. Yonaguni Sushi, international cuisine. Check them out if you are in Puerto Rico. They're a sponsor of DebateCon 8. Just want to jump in and give them a shout out. Sideshow Bob's going to be at DebateCon 8. He's got the fire Asian Latin mix combo food. It's worth taking a trip just for this, I would imagine. But yeah, they're going to be helping us out every debate they have. Bob's the best. So thank you, Bob, for the sponsorship. All right, back to some super chats before we wrap it up for the evening. All right, let me try to center us here on this. Where you at, Rob? Oh, this is actually frozen. Let's see. We'll go back to this. And Zoom moved us around. I'm not Julio.
It looks good on my end, but I slid around.
You're streaming the Zoom. Give me 1 second. I can just add a new screen share for the Zoom. Max screen capture. All right. So we are going to do this one. Boom. I got your chat over here, Rob, so I can make sure if there was something relevant, I can add that. And then I'm going to move us sideways here, actually. So let's do this. Well, can't do that. go a little further. Dynamic speaker, multi-speaker. There we go. I can always have this set up beforehand, but it will still redo whatever it wants. Appreciate your patience.
No problem.
Let's finish these up real quick, and I will try to read the ones that are directed to you first. And if you feel like calling out any of your own super chats in between, you're welcome.
Oh, I'll stick around and read them afterwards.
Cool,
Most
cool.
of them will be about whips or something.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of comments. What is
if you're listening from Austin's audience, it's not whipping a slavery context. It's a long story. But
Got it. Yes, I agree. Chatters, this was a very respectful debate.
I thought so.
I'm not James Coons, by the way. I know it says that. Chat. Okay, let's just read through these. Bless my vibe code, $5. All I know is I'm glad I'm not black and I got money that I earn and don't need government handouts. Lol. Thank God. Literally, life's good, man. Well, you were the first comment. I appreciate you.
Real quick, to speak to this, it's sort of what I was telling him. There is rising animosity. And as things like, particularly now, whoever you blame, right, left, Biden, Trump, anywhere in between, there's a lot of particularly younger people that are struggling of all ethnicities. And to hear them be told that they're privileged and because of their ancestors, this, that, and the other, and they have to pay more to other groups, and those groups feeling entitled to that money, it really pisses people off. And I'm afraid for the black community. There's a lot of people that are getting more and more vocal about their anger towards how many members of that community act, crime in those communities, and entitlement in those communities. And, for my part, I'm just suggesting, as not a member of that community, might be time to pull the reins back on some of that, because I don't think that you're likely to see this like self-hatred white thing continue in perpetuity as the dominant ideology. So I don't know. I don't know that it'll go so well in that sense as well. It just causes more division.
Yeah, I definitely would have liked more commentary on some of these other ones from Dr. Julio. I just really wanted to get kind of the more relevant to the debate ones out there that weren't kind of tangential like that one. Peaches, I believe I did read that $5 one about the constant victim. So I know you said I didn't read it. I did. Cuban Upstate for $10. Thank you. If they think paying black people for past injustices will benefit them, just imagine what white people will do if they get their money taken and given away. It's best they drop the issue.
Well, that's just it. The question becomes, right? I've seen in a previous debate with him, and he brings it up a little here, like the question of DEI, or I call it redlining against whites, like places like Chase, JP Morgan, etc., have programs specifically for blacks. We didn't get into it, but they're official government policies. For example, under Biden, they were giving money out to farmers based on race. So if my solution is this, if you say we're going to give the top 100 poorest farmers money to help them, and 98 of them are black, fine. That's a fair policy. I may agree or disagree. But if you say we're going to give the top 100 black poorest farmers, now what you did was those two whites that fell in that category, they get bumped for people that were in less need, surely strictly based on their race. Does those two farms that are now lost to their great-great-grandchildren get to claim redlining and say, now we're owed reparations? The government intentionally, based purely on skin color, did not allow us to get this access to benefits, and therefore we lost our ancestral wealth. So we're going to find ourselves now, 50, 60 years in the future, where whites say we were redlined. We were victims of affirmative action. So now we demand redlining for us, and we demand affirmative action for us. And you can see it's a never ending, and basically you just get to pick and choose what part in history you want to say, no, let's focus there. My group was the victim. We start from there. You owe me something. The best solution out of this is to stop focusing on the sins of the past, treat everyone as individuals now, and don't allow these sort of horrible policies that are focused on race. That's my opinion.
Awesome. At the very least, just like last time, perhaps Julio could take this video and do a response to each super chat that he missed another time for content. Let's see. We got that one too, and we got that one. JD for 2. Happy birthday to my brother-in-law, Mike. last name Hunt. I'm not going to read them back to back. You almost got me there, buddy. But luckily, I read it before I say it. Coon of Coons 5, good show host. Thank you, sir. Peaches. Oh, this one I did actually intend to read. And I read your first one, but I thought that would have been a good one to read too. He said, or she said, our ancestors died to free 4 million slaves, and 150 years later, we get to pay reparations to 49 million free blacks. Maybe they shouldn't have fought for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the same point that we've been hitting. I will say to someone in your chat, I saw this, I believe his name was TankyBot. He said, my people should watch out because we're much hated. Totally fair. All the more reason to not give up our power. When it's being verbalized, and I'm ready for that debate as well. It's absolutely true. Whites are the most disliked group in the United States by every other racial category. Absolutely true. And yet we're told over and over that it's a large conspiracy theory that if all of a sudden we're displaced, that there's an intent to displace us or that there's hatred. So you get both angles simultaneously. Yeah, we're fucking coming for you. You ought to be scared. But how dare you point it out? That's racist. I'm sorry, I'm allowed to be proud of my heritage and building the greatest countries in the history of the world. And I don't give a shit if you say, but we hate you for that. Then there's something wrong with you.
Rob, could you address this here? The Cut 03 for 5 says, don't forget the first millionaire woman was a black woman during the Jim Crow era. By 1912, she was worth $1 million.
I did not know that. But yeah, there's always outliers to these things, right? And again, that gets to the question. Providing based on need is one thing. We will disagree. All of us, me and you, Mike, and everyone in the chat, we may disagree on exactly what forms of welfare we're okay with. Like maybe we say, only a little bit, limit food stamps. Maybe someone who's more left-wing says, no, we'll have a bigger safety net, whatever. But what we should agree on is that it's given based on need, not by things such as generations ago that there was some historical injustice. Because what happens is, like the example I gave about the two babies that are uniquely, exact same situation, but one's black and one's white. Why are there unique programs for the black kid? The life of the white kid's worth less? He's equally in need, but he shouldn't have access to certain programs? Why? What's the explanation? Because of something his there's an 8% chance, by the way, according to what I was reading, only 8% of current Americans that are white had ancestors that owned slaves. But let's say as high as 15%. So there's an 8 to 15% chance that this little baby, who's 1 day old, had a great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather that was a slave owner. So fuck him. He doesn't get access to as much as the black kid right next to him. And then how's that supposed to solve anything? So instead what you do is, again, you say, oh, both of them fall in the economic criteria to receive aid. And if that means whatever that criteria is, that it's 80% black people, so be it. There's tons of data I didn't get into that you could go into that could be considered reparations. For example, there's a disproportionate amount, overwhelmingly, of blacks that have government jobs, public sector jobs that pay way more than their private sector counterparts. Another form of reparations, right? The SBA loans and things like that. It's like blacks own 3%, I think, of businesses that have employees. And yet when it comes to SBA loans, they're getting a far higher proportion. And almost all of those, by the way, whites are actually more negatively affected because when you factor in other races, whites being like 65 to 70% of the population, we almost always get a lower percentage than that. Whether it be admission into schools, despite the fact that our grades, if we just went surely off merit, we would have a higher percentage, or SBA loans, or government jobs, or other forms of welfare. And so it's ironic we're paying more in as a sort of ethnic group than almost any other group per capita. We're getting less and less than almost any other ethnic group. We fought a war to end slavery, and constantly we're told we're shit. There are no other people that would allow people to come in from so varying different ethnic groups to have as much as a say in the country as we have in this country. And what do we get for our troubles? We're told we're pieces of shit. We're told that we're bigots. People hate us more and more. We're told you better watch out. We're coming for you. We're told that we have to bring in millions of other immigrants, that those immigrants are better than native U.S. citizens. And I'm tired of it. And it's why I'm happy to take debates like this, because the crux of what I'm trying to hit across here is, fuck you, I'm proud of who I am, and I'm proud of my people, and I'm proud of the country that was built here, and I'm not going to sit here 1 second more and pretend to be ashamed about it. Bad things happen, we focus on it disproportionately an awful lot compared to the amount of good shit that happened. And I'm tired of people being ungrateful. So
All right. Thank you for your response, Rob. Man of White sent a slew here, 3 straight, and then fourth one. I'll just read them all back to back. First one for $2.79. That's a really random number. Julio, how much cash we talking about? And she, then he says, Julio, where the gold at? APS him dat. And then he said, Julio, we hit all the Reparations in the Congo. Go look. The Reparations part could have been better executed. All right, and then the last one was, oh no, he sent 2 more, 5. Thank you, sir. He said, can we refund blacks and get our money back? And then the very last one is best we can do is coupons.
I know it's largely a joke, but the kernel of truth there is I still don't know after that debate exactly what sort of figure we're looking at for reparations. One of the things I think I mentioned in my opening statement, there's so much we could have got to, and it's not Julio's fault at all. It's just the nature of having a limited discussion. I could have went on for 10 hours, but his plan, and I hear plans like this, we'll give business loans. We'll give access to higher education. But the problem is that's sort of middle-class blacks, right? Like the type of person that's in a position to say, I want to start a business or I want to go to higher education. There's an awful lot of blacks that aren't going to benefit from that. They're just never going to get into that level where they could benefit from that. And so ironically, it's like, well, the reparations end up benefiting blacks that are already decent and well-to-do. And so the question becomes, how much money are we talking? Again, the policy he said that would bankrupt us, the $250,000 per black is about $10 trillion. Over the past 50 years, we've given $3.75 trillion to black Americans. So how much is his policy going to cost? Another $2-3 trillion on top of that? We don't know. He doesn't know. And he's like, he puts the burden of proof on me. He's like, well, prove that it won't work. Prove that it'll make things worse. That's not how it should be. That'd be like if I said this to you, Mike, like, hey man, Modern Day Debate should send me $50,000 and trust me, your channel will blow up if you do it. And you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. I'm like, prove it. You can't prove that it won't happen, so send me the money. You'd be like, no, dude, that's not how it works. Same thing here. The idea that we're just like, just give us access to some unlimited tab of money, and then arbitrarily at some point, I'll say that's enough, but I'm fully acknowledging that the majority of the black community will say, nope, we want more. That sounds like a bad idea to me.
I think if you could prove it, maybe he'd consider it. But on a side note, unfortunately, this wasn't a super chat. It just came across my desk. Avarice said that he's way more better looking than you. You have a rebuttal for that?
I am convinced. Have you heard that there's talk of like alien like exposure that they're finally going to announce?
That put this on Avarice?
I think he's an alien. Have you ever dealt with the guy? He has some supernatural energy, and I quite literally think that he's not of this world. Not in a bad way necessarily. So, maybe his eyesight's different if he thinks he's better looking than me. I don't know.
Fair enough. I just wanted to make sure we could clear that up real quick. All right. We got a couple more here. Not too many more. That's the only reason I read that one. So I appreciate everybody hanging in the chat. And Justin O'Dizzle for 10. Thank you, Justin. Very kind. He said, I'll ask a serious question. In words of the bass Dr. Rock, what you want, a cookie?
Well, that's it. That's a lot of, I don't know. Like, I don't have much to add to that, but just like, that's how it comes across. Again, I hate to go back to this, but it's like, I live in a place where everybody's broke, basically in rural Pennsylvania. And it's just, it's always gotten under my craw for the past 20 years, where all I hear is about how lucky these people are and how their ancestors made them so lucky. And I watch these people scraping together a living and being told constantly, like, you got to give more. You're privileged. You're privileged. Well, don't feel that way. I really don't. I wish I had a bank I could go to and cash in that white privilege. So when you hear that shit all the time and you're struggling to get by, that's sort of your attitude. Like, what the fuck, you want a cookie? Like, fuck you. We're all struggling.
Best we can do is coupons for you, Rob.
Tree fitting. Yeah.
Everyone in the chat is agreeing Avarice is an alien.
See?
I'm glad we could
nailed it. Yeah.
We can get to the bottom of that one. You guys are right, chat. If I could get my poll back up here, like, I would put that in the poll. But the YouTube permissions keeps glitching and ungiving me permission. I have it. It gives me the update, and then I go to try to do it, and then it glitches back. I gotta email YouTube or something, or have James do it. All right. We got a couple, like 5 or 6 more. Our Coon of Coons. I wish I did read this one for 10. Our earliest historic record shows slavery in existence. Is it reasonable to believe that the founders could stop a practice which was embedded into human culture while building a new country?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. And one of the things that you hear all the time is this concept of like race. There's something unique about U.S. slavery. It was chattel slavery, or it was race-based. And so I did some research into this, and it turns out that's not all that uncommon whatsoever. Chattel slavery is basically referring to the idea that, like, it's generational, you're born into it. Turns out that's quite common. We see those forms of slavery everywhere from Greece to ancient Babylon, etc. And then when it comes to race-based, it's sort of the same thing. One of the unique things is just superficial, that you were able to tell based on just how different blacks look via their skin color than anyone else in this country, that if you saw a black, you would basically know they're a slave. But the same would be true. There was slavery that was allowed for like Native Americans whose skin color was also different and they were different ethnically. And certainly, I don't understand what's uniquely bad about that in a way that we're supposed to freak out. Well, how is that any different than tribe from Africa that's black enslaving for 200 years another tribe from Africa that was black? They're still
This
being
one's relevant here
Sure.
to that last one. Sam Slenderman for 5 says, Austin, the entire world engaged in slavery at the time and did so for all history, while most Americans were against it and fought and died to end it. So just kind of piggyback off that point.
And that's what's unique about the Western world. Like, and here's the truth, right? Like, it's hard to say, and you can always say, you don't know that. Is there anyone out there that doubts that if Africa had a technological boon, and their militaries became advanced, and their navigation became advanced, and all of a sudden they started circumnavigating the globe, and they had their military equipment that was more superior, and they made their way into Europe, and they made their way into Asia, that they wouldn't have been wrecking shit and taking slaves and having empires? Of course they would. The Western world and the European ancestry countries, they get shit on because they were the most badass. They were winning. But unlike the rest of the countries in the world, they did something that's almost unique. Slavery's not unique. Fighting wars to end it is. That is not a practice that we saw as common. That doesn't mean that you don't say, yeah, but you guys once had slaves and that's bad. Of course. But you can say it about damn near every nation on earth. What it's really about is hating white people and hating the countries that they came from. There's allowed to be countries from every other race and every other ethnicity. But when it comes to this idea, we have to uniquely say that these first world countries that are undoubtedly the best countries that have ever existed in the history of the world, there will never be enough to pay back the same sin that every other country in the world basically was doing. Never. It'll never be enough. We always need to be punished more. They'll never say it's punishment, but they know that it is. And eventually, if people in these countries wake up and come to their senses, it may be too late. That you realize, well, shit, we've self-flagellated so much that it's not recoverable, and now we filled the country with people that hate us, and they were able to conquer us without firing a single shot. So it's so much bullshit, the idea that, like, we're this unique evil. It's completely the opposite. If there's any uniqueness, it's just how amazing we were in trying to free slaves. Not just in our countries, by the way, but around the world. Also, many times at great expense.
All right. We got, I think, 3 or 4 left here. We'll get through these. Aaron DeRoven for 2 says 25 trillion in social welfare, 90% paid by whites. And then John GQ's for 5 said cheap cotton has never been more expensive.
So it's very difficult. But I tried to do some calculations because the idea that slavery built the United States. Now, I'll take him at his word. He estimated like $218 billion was non-compensated, and that sucks. And if these slaves were here today, I would say, hey, they deserve to be compensated. That's a different issue, though, than what we're talking about now. So let me bring this up. This is what I had if we got into this. In 1860, enslaved blacks were 12% of the U.S. population, but produced roughly 12 to 20% of the national commodity output, which resulted in about 12% of the GDP. However, after the freeing of the slaves, post 1865 to 1960, blacks were 10 to 14% of the population and labor force, right? But so about 10%. Overall, the labor contribution of blacks is 8 to 12 of total historical U.S. labor input when adjusted for population and productivity. However, that's just direct manual labor. The vast majority of what made this country so wealthy and so great wasn't just our agriculture and direct manual labor. Certainly that contributed to it. But what about the great manufacturing sectors that we saw up north that didn't rely on slavery? Disproportionately, we saw that that was far more of a driver of not just GDP and economic output, but more importantly, cultural output and the output of us to project power and stave off some of the worst things like Britain and other countries that sought to take us over. So when you look at military service, investment, inventions, entrepreneurship, innovation, when you factor all that in, and unfortunately for blacks, you could say why, very little input on those things. The best I could come up with is probably whites are responsible for about 90 to 95% of the sort of total milieu of what made this country and built this country, putting blacks at around 5%. Right? So the idea that they built the country is bullshit. They certainly had a hand in it, but we're supposed to just accept like, trust me, dude, you wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for this. I don't believe that's the case at all. I really don't. And again, I go back to, I know it wasn't hit upon, and I have to admit, I cribbed this argument from Scott Adams. Scott Adams' argument was, we shouldn't look at it through the lens of how much does the country owe blacks. What we should look at it is say, if these blacks didn't come here and instead stayed at the countries, their ancestors stayed in those countries, where would they be economically? Far worse. So if there's reparations to be paid, perhaps black Americans should start paying more in to the U.S. government as a thank you, because they're in a far better position, both when it comes to their lifestyle, their longevity, and their economic means than they would have been if they stayed there. Now, I don't agree with that, but you see the sort of how you could reframe it in that sort of idea. But instead, we have to fall with this narrative of blacks built the country and we're all here off the country. You know, one of my favorite tweets of all time was from Howling Mutant. He says, a black woman built the telescope. That may be incorrect, and all history and science might show you that's wrong, but I don't want to lose my job. So a black woman built the telescope. That's basically where we're at as society. We just have to buy into these narratives that the entire country wouldn't exist and was built almost solely because of black Americans. I empathize, or empathy is a shit word. I sympathize with the blacks that were slaves. It's totally fucking shit. Garbage, right? But that doesn't mean that we have to change the narrative some 200 something years later and act like that means that the ancestors of my ancestors mean that I'm responsible for paying some form of reparations. It's bullshit.
All right, we got a couple more here. This was related back to the spending. Roughneck Jarhead sent 10 and said, national defense is 13% of our spending. FFS.
Yeah, bad look. I mean, look, if I told him this, so I'm not talking about his bad. I enjoyed the debate thoroughly. We both talk in great chunks of time, but we didn't really interrupt much, and it seemed pleasant.
I only felt like I had to step in just because I felt like he really wanted to respond to the initial point.
It's fine.
And so I just wanted to make sure he didn't lose that before, a couple others were put out there. But for the most part, you both tracked pretty well, even with that happening.
Yeah, and so I think that
really happy about it.
It was just argument. We're having arguments. We're disagreeing. No problem. I think my arguments
good
were
argument,
better, but whatever. But the one area that I'll criticize him a little, performatively, is just refusing to be like, yeah, okay, I was wrong about the defense spending. That's a little, you'd kind of shake your head at that, because it's like, man, I don't know. I thought we were having a reasonable debate, but just it optically looks really bad if you're saying something and it's just proven not true. In my opinion, it's worth it to just be like, oh, fuck, I misread that. No problem. Anyways, my argument's still, you know what I mean? I didn't think it was a very important argument in the overall context of the debate, but you have to ask yourself as an audience member, or me as someone debating him, if you're willing to rewrite history and lie about something so obvious, maybe why would I believe you in some of these other things you're suggesting? And so for me, that shit's a bad look. It just, I don't know why he was so insistent that he made a mistake, no big deal, but he kept doubling down. No, I didn't say that. I didn't. Okay, whatever.
All right, final stretch here. Colton Jork sends 5 and says, hasn't the handouts to Native Americans caused massive drug and crime problems?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly an argument that that's what happened. And it's an argument I was making about the homeless in LA. I mean, I hate to do this, right? But did you ever see the Dave Chappelle sketch where they give reparations and they're doing shit like buying cigarette trucks and like Reebok stores and shit. I mean, there is a sort of question to be asked, like, what's the plan to make sure this money's spent prudently? If I could steel man Austin's position, I think he would say, that's sort of why this like exploratory task force will look, what's the best way to give this money to ensure it's not just being spent flippantly, but with generational wealth. But I think he gives the game away where, I mean, imagine excoriating black men to the point where you're like, it's unforgivable that they are just choosing to not be fathers and impregnating these women and leaving. But let's give them a shitload of money. They'll spend prudently. Like, does anyone else see the like how those two arguments don't jive? Well, all of a sudden, the same guy that shirked personal responsibility and left the woman out to dry with this kid, if we just hand him a check for $100,000, all of a sudden, man, he's going to start a business. It's going to be great for his family and future generations and really benefit the United States. Now, I don't think so. I think the caliber of person to do that shit's going to be in the street corner shooting fucking dice. That's what I think. And so that's not me that's impugning like that. That's using Austin's own rhetoric, that there's something about black men that's so terrible. Now, he doesn't, somehow he refused. I would like to hear his argument to what genetically happened to black men right around the time of the war on poverty, when the government was running around telling black women, hey, if the man's not in the house, we'll give you money. He claims that couldn't have had anything to do with it. But I didn't hear a convincing argument what changed with black men over those 50 years that now we have 75% of children being born out of wedlock. And he thinks that's the number one issue. So you would think that he would be like, here's my theory, other than just, they're just immoral. They're shitty. I don't know.
All right. Johnny McVito for 5 says, Rob, did Avarice's hoodie get noticed by, I think this BS stands for Breshap, at the debate against Rachel Wilson?
I don't know if his did, but one of the first people was a younger gentleman who cut up to ask a question. He was wearing the shirt, and I know Brian saw it. That's the same as the hoodie that said, show me your dick, Rob, or show me your dick. It was from the cartoon that the Crucible put up of Brian Shapiro, who did ask to see my penis. It's weird. But he asked Brian specifically, did you have trouble debating a woman because you couldn't ask to see her penis? And Brian, I don't know what you're talking about, feigned like he didn't know. But I don't know. I assure everyone out there, I wore the most secure of blue jeans and protected myself and my manhood, so everything good. So
awesome. I'm glad we got that addressed. There's some people in the chat wondering why I'm not responding to any of your monologues. It's because I'm the moderator. I'm not trying to come on here and be like, oh, this is my opinion about everything. So I'm just giving the platform, finishing up the super chats, guys. This is for Rob. And if, Dr. Julio was here, it'd be for him too. Neglectful Sausage says, for $10, thank you. You make 100% good and sound points, but you're uggos, so no one will listen. Use VTuber weeb grills with giant globes or AI gen hot womans to hypnotize the young mammals. I think maybe that meant to say males in videos. I
don't know. I think Mike looks fine, but
that wasn't about me, Rob.
Oh, yeah. Fuck you. But you're probably right. You're probably right. So nope. What you see is what you get. So I've lost a little weight, but I think I'll always be ugly. I don't know that that's changing.
She's the AI gen here. I'm going to start AI genning myself, guys. Don't worry. I'll be James every time, and you'll never call me James on purpose again. Okay, there's 3 that just came in. Mrs. Worldwide for $2 says, does Dave owe reparations after so many years? Oh, that just continues.
I didn't look up who this was after the last.
Me either, and I read it every time, and I just have no desire.
Hey, as long as they're still, send in thousands of dollars and explain it.
They could have a big chat for that. All right, one more from Neglectful Sausage for 5. We got a mass migration from Africa after 1960s, and the heritage Black American was largely genetically replaced.
My understanding, and I'm willing to be understand this. I'm not a scholar of this. I did a lot of this research back during the BLM George Floyd stuff, right? And then I spent some time today, but only like 2 hours. But I did look into this question because the idea of race-based would mean all ethnically black people get reparations. Certainly, there's a portion of black people that just came here as immigrants. This generation or the past too. My understanding is 20 to 25% of the black population in the United States are immigrants who never had any family that were slaves. That's my understanding. So I still think the majority of black people in this country, something like 75 to 80%, are blacks that ancestors were brought over as slaves. But certainly those numbers are getting more disparate. And I think you're likely to see, given that blacks, like most other races, I believe, thank you, abortion and Democrats and baby killing, are not above replacement with child rearing. And so we're going to bring more and more immigrants in if Democrats have their way, which many will be black. And so I think you're likely to see those numbers expand. But no, it's still the majority, I believe, are slave owners. Or were slave owners, were ancestors that were slaves.
Calvin Collage for 5 says how the money might be spent is irrelevant. If a debt is owed, misuse of funds is not a legal defense for refusing payment or restitution. And let me just work this one in from Goofy to Cat 2 for 2. Rob, would you debate Dave on BLM versus Trumpers?
Sure.
Yeah.
The idea of a debt being owed, but it's not, right? We don't. Do you owe a debt if my great-great-great-grandfather cleaned your great-great-great-grandfather's stables and your great-great-great-grandfather never paid him? Do you owe me that debt? You don't, right? And so, no, my argument is that the debt, who would enforce it? Like, who enforces a debt? Where is the legal binding nature of that? Right? It would require voluntary capitulation. And the people alive today that are financing the government had nothing to do with slavery. And the people alive today whose ancestors were slaves did not suffer the ill effects of slavery directly. So no, there is no debt owed. If you voluntarily choose to say, yeah, okay, we think there's a debt, maybe, but legally there's not. And if you disagree with me, take it to court. Where are you taking it? What are they going to say?
The chat will see you in court.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the last one, but I do want to read this question that also just came across my desk again. Ask Rob, why do Alaskans secretly get reparations and no one says anything about that in the form of Alaska Permanent Fund, the PFD? Why are they the exception, Rob?
Inuits? Is that what he's referencing? Or Alaskans in general? I'm unaware of the specific fund. Again, the questioner already asked about Native Americans. Look, my argument...
I think it's Inuits.
Yeah, my argument would be the same as with Native Americans, right? If there was a binding agreement signed at the time that enshrined this, like, for example, why is Bobby Bonilla still get a paycheck from the fucking Mets when a bunch of other players that retire don't? I don't know, because the Mets were stupid and signed a stupid fucking deal, okay? There was no such deal with the slaves. And there is no... to go back 200-something years and try to enforce that is an absurdity. And again, it would never end. So that, I mean,
just like this stream of super chats that doesn't want us to get off here. Okay, last one, guys. I love grifting for James, but I also got to sleep. And Rob's got a stream. He's got a grift on as well.
Yep.
So Coon of Coons for 10. I would be good with reparations if African countries involved in trade had to cede lands and resources to U.S. and if those accepting reparations had to give up their citizenship and be exiled.
Well, it's an interesting question, right? And so it's sort of like either you shut the fuck up about it or you take the plane ticket and the check home, right? Is basically, I believe, what the person's saying. I don't know. I could see the validity of some of that. I'm not someone, look, I am absolutely proud of my racial heritage and what my ancestors built. I don't know that I'm necessarily in the camp of like only people that share my ethnic heritage. That's not me. But if people, I mean, this has happened. People went to Liberia. You know, it was going to be this great paradise that blacks were going to move back. Freed blacks were going to go back, and it was going to be this great country. Yeah, it fucking sucks, as expected. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess I would have to think about it like if there was some dollar amount like $10,000 per black that wants to go back to Africa and then renounce their citizenship. And then if you don't accept that, then you can never bitch about this stuff again. Fine. But they'd still bitch, you know, and I don't know. I'd have to think about it, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that I would be like, yeah, fuck it. Depending on the dollar amount, I guess.
It's true. That is true. Everybody has to give their fair share in that fantasy there. That was in regards to Coon of Coons. I said that was going to be the last super chat, and luckily I was not lying.
Yeah.
All right, so one more shout out to your channel, Rob.
Yeah, Normal America with robnoerr on YouTube, and then just Normal America or robnoerr on other platforms like Rumble. I stream almost every weeknight from 10 p.m. Eastern until the wee hours of the night or morning. I do want to give a shout out, not to me though, for the debate con that's coming up here in Dallas. I will be there. Currently, I'm not debating, but I will be there having fun. If you missed the last debate con that was in Nashville, where a bunch of the Crucible people showed up, I think even the people that don't like the Crucible and were debating against them would admit it was an absolute blast. Modern Day Debate put on a hell of an event. Everyone had a great time, and so you should try to get tickets now, because I heavily suspect as we get closer to crunch time, there's going to be people buying those up. So you should get the tickets now, and it's going to be an absolute blast. There's some huge names that are going to be debating there, and we're going to have a lot of fun. So it should be really cool.
Awesome. I appreciate you and Dr. Julio for coming in and duking it out. We will be back tomorrow. I think we got a good one. I'm not sure if it's the Jim Bob one or
I'll Jim Bob
there's two
with his
in a day. I'm not
with his
sure.
slight shoulders, always standing on the shoulders of giants. So I put on a good debate, and then Jim Bob will try to. Now I like Jim Bob.
Oh, you warmed up the crowd for him.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. As always,
Appreciate it. All right. You got a ton of W's in the chat. Appreciate everyone. Give W's for yourselves, chat. You are very engaged. There's about 1,000 of you in there at one point. And then another probably 1K in Rob's stream. Y'all are awesome. Thank you for the support. Y'all have a wonderful night, and see you tomorrow.
All right, now what am I doing? Hey, I'm back. How'd we do with super chats? Not too shabby. Ah, what a fun debate. I've thoroughly enjoyed that. What'd y'all think? I thought I did very well, but I'm biased. I'm me. So of course I thought I did well. But I told you going into it, if you missed before the debate, I said my goal was he claims to be Republican, and I am sort of in the mode where I'm trying to, one, steer the Republican Party in the direction I want, and second, to win. I want to win. And one of the things I'm trying to do when I'm in election mode is try to bring as many people as possible to the side that I'm on currently, which is always the right-wing side, but you get it. And so I didn't want to be a dick. I wanted to strongly argue my points, which I think I did, but try to be polite and try to wrap it up with like, hey man, which I honestly believe, this isn't me bullshitting, blacks would be far better off to vote Republican. The Democratic Party just uses them and doesn't give a shit about them. They care more about groups like illegal immigrants. And this whole narrative of, the Republicans are just like, fucking, going to put you back in chains like they said about Mitt Romney. It's just fucking horseshit. So, man, there was so much we didn't cover that I wanted to get to. robnoerr.shop, thanks. We didn't get to, like, the crime data. Do we deserve reparations for crime data? For example, if we have prosecutors as their official policy that's allowing recidivists continually to get out that are committing all these violent crimes, and it's disproportionately, it depends on what you're looking at. The Victim Justice Survey, I think if you looked at the numbers from 2024, well, here, I'll just show you. Maybe. Interracial violence incidents per capita of offending race. So what this is doing is per likelihood of each individual of a race. Of course, I know I don't have to explain per capita to you, but just in case, there are far more white people in the country than black people, right? So you're not looking at the totality, you're looking per capita. And you can see whites with blacks is 1, right? There were 30 instances. So that gets you at a 1 to 1. And we set that as the baseline. We could see Hispanic on black, 2.5, white on Hispanic, 3.5, black on Hispanic, 8.7, Hispanic on white, 20.4. So 24.4 compared to white on black, Hispanic on white. And then black on white is a whopping 42.3 times more likely. 42.3 times. So there's so much that I wanted to get into. SBA loans going disproportionately to black people. I think that the wildest part of the debate, maybe that is worth mentioning here, and then I'll get to super chats, is, look, I'm not a theologian. I say that a lot, and I'm not going to sit here. But to me, when I heard him say in this other debate that it's like biblical and it's Christian to pay reparations, even as a novice Christian, to me, one of the things that stands out about Christianity, right, and why our forefathers in the United States here, they really were against the idea of like caste systems and collective guilt and shit like that. And so they were just like, we should judge people based as individuals, was the idea. They're not perfect, but that's the idea. And that came from deist or Christian values. And to me, the idea of Christianity was always, you are judged. You don't get rewarded in the eyes of God based on your family if you have a very virtuous father or mother or brother or sister, but you also don't get punished if they're really bad. And so when it comes to sort of a legal concept, or when it comes to sort of the idea of debt, no, I don't think that the Christian narrative is that you are responsible for the sins of your forefathers. I just don't see that. And the parable that he's citing, like of the servant that deserves to get paid, fair enough. But that's talking about the individual employer and the individual servant. It's not talking about their ancestors or their, lineage 10 generations in the future. I don't see where he derives that from the passage he's saying. Meanwhile, there are plenty of passages that say the opposite. So for me, it was like, again, I don't know how well equipped, and I'm always hesitant to argue Christianity. But to me, and I'm willing to listen to people that know more about it to me, but I'm pretty certain I'm right on this. I just don't see the idea of like collective guilt and collective reward based on actions of ancestors. I don't know. So that was odd. The defense spending part, I mean, that speaks for itself. I sort of don't think he handled a lot of the arguments that I was making quite well. I think his general argument is slavery was really bad. And even if you don't buy that, Jim Crow and redlining was really bad. And that was only like 70 years ago. And so we deserve something. But I just don't think he did a good job of like looking at what the practical implications of that would be and how we don't reward or punish people today that weren't the direct victims of that shit. I don't know where his offense was necessarily in the debate, other than this sort of general principle of like, but what happened was really egregious. Okay, I agree. He did say white people. Well, that's okay. I didn't mind it. But I don't know. I thought the debate went very well. My only regret is that we didn't have more time. I was willing to muck it up, man. And I did have an advantage in the debate, which was I heard him debate this same topic 2 weeks ago, and I watched half of that debate. I'm going to take advantage of that. When he says something, I'm looking it up, like, okay, let's see. So, for example, I was able to look up DI and affirmative action programs. We didn't get to it because he asked for that in the other debate. And then federal state programs to help people get loans to start businesses. I was able to look that up. he made this argument in the other debate that didn't come up here, was that it's a shame that the slaves were never recompensed, even those that fought in the war, maybe he said, but slave owners were. Now, the 13th Amendment specifically said you weren't to be, and Austin's opponent mentioned that, and he said, yeah, but they were. And Austin's opponent's like, yeah. And that's not really true. For example, let's see. I have this somewhere. Where's it at? I got a lot of notes here. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery with zero compensation. That was in 1865. The 14th Amendment explicitly barred the U.S. or any state from paying any claim for the loss of emancipation of any slave. Emancipation Proclamation in 63 and the Confederate Emancipation provided no payment. What did happen is there was one tiny exception, and that was before the 13th Amendment, which was ratified in 1865. So, in 1862, Lincoln, in an attempt to get more allies for the North, goes to D.C., the District of Columbia, and there were about 3,000 slaves there, and he offered to pay $300 per person for freeing those slaves. The reason for this was he was trying to get the District of Columbia on the north side. So he's like, look, we'll pay you, come join the north side. That was less than 0.1 of the total slave population. So while he is correct, technically, that for reasons of trying to win this war to free slaves, 0.1% of all slaves that were freed led to compensation being paid to their holder. Hardly the narrative you get if you watch that other debate where his opponent concedes, yeah, they were paid. 0.1. So, but there's a lot of points like that I had that we just didn't get into. We didn't dive deep into the idea of Asians actually being discriminated against and performing better. When that was brought up in his other debate, he just said, well, they're immigrants and there are special programs to help immigrants. Not true of Asians. Maybe you could say today, though even that's debatable. Blacks being overrepresented in public workforce. Didn't get to talk about that much. There was a debate about the host, Sean Kelly, read a study that, and I wish this one would have came up because I think I had a really good answer. What the study showed was that blacks are 7 times more likely to be exonerated after they are arrested. So the way that spun is there's discrimination against blacks because they're 7 times more likely to be falsely arrested. But if you're listening, Austin, that's not what that shows. It's not that they're more likely to be falsely convicted for the offense they committed. It's they're more likely to, 7 to 8 times more likely to be arrested and convicted for the crimes that produce the most exonerations. There are more exonerations for cases that are like capital punishment, like sexual assault, and the most heinous versions, murder. So you're less likely to be exonerated from, say, a parking ticket or, trespassing than you are murder. They're extremely rare. Over a 33-year period, there's been 3,200 individual exonerations in the United States. That puts false conviction rates at about 1%. The data of the people that cite this study, even it says that black-on-black homicide victims have eyewitness issues. So what happens is you often have people recant testimony because of weird gang violence, which leads to people being exonerated and left out of prison. But that doesn't mean that they were falsely arrested or accused. And then the other thing I was thinking about is if it was false convictions are the main driver in the disparity, right? You would expect to see mismatched patterns. Like instead the patterns closely align. So when you see that blacks are 7 times more likely to commit these crimes, they're also 7 times more likely to be arrested. What you would see if there's a bunch of false arrests of blacks, that they would be like 8 times more likely to be arrested, but only 7 times more likely to be convicted. And that's not the case. The numbers almost exactly track. So, but we didn't get into that, obviously. And then, of course, you had Roland Fryer, who was the black Harvard professor in 2015 that sought to prove that unarmed blacks were disproportionately shot. And he was shocked that his study showed the opposite. For example, in Houston, Texas, where there were officer-involved shootings and randomly chosen set of interactions with police, their study found that after controlling for suspect demographics, officer demographics, and encounter characteristics, suspect's weapon, and fixed year Rex, that blacks are 27.4% less likely to be shot by police than whites. Now, he says this is within the margin of error of the study, and therefore it's negligible, and we just say there's no proof that blacks are more likely, but that's the narrative that we were told. The whole country lit on fire under the narrative that thousands upon thousands of unarmed blacks are being shot by the police every year. In the year when that occurred, I believe the number was 12. Yet more than 50% of Democrats polled said that the number was over 1,000. Again, once more, giving in to the victimhood narrative leads to actual destruction that actually harmed black people in real life, as black communities and businesses burnt to the ground, based on a lie of this cultural Marxist sort of victimhood narrative. But we didn't get into that. So, what's the sense of talking about the shit? But I had a lot of fun. Now, get those super chats in. We're already doing good. We can get to 300% tonight. If you like this sort of content, throw a $5 in. I love doing the debates. I'm going to do them anyways. Don't get it. I hope you can all tell how much fun I have doing this sort of stuff. I love it. Even if I get my ass kicked in a debate, which is very rare, I very much love debating. Beakster, $20, says on Rumble, has Rob shown his fallacy? No. Thank you for asking, and thank you for the 20. And then also on Rumble, thanks everyone over on Rumble. I really appreciate it. That's all I see right now. But I do appreciate y'all. You guys are awesome. Postal Joe, 5 memberships. Thank you so much. The great Jim Hayes, $10 is not one step back. Get him, Rob. The Chad of the month, Jim Hayes. Thank you so much. GG, another 5 gifted memberships. Always appreciate it, man. The great DPG Thing, a.k.a. Jungle, $50, as Jake says, to tell you how incredible you aren't. Fucking rattlesnake. All love, brother. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Amelia Defini, $14. Thanks. Says Rattlesnake TV says you're the go-to guy for the new biopic crypto. That would be Coach Mim. So don't come to me for that. That's Coach Mim. Ray the Official, $5 says, you don't reward bad behavior. I don't know why we never learn. Agreed? $10 from Ray the Official says, calling Brian Shapiro a good guy is finish it chat. Yeah, he did say at the beginning of the debate, Ryan Shapiro's a good guy. Iffy. Blaster Bot, what a legend, $100. Unbelievable. Says, did you know for $357 a day, you could fund Rob's beef jerky addiction and help fund his gazebo. Your donation will also ensure there's enough food in the pantry after Rob is done eating for Courtney and Hank to eat as well. You could also buy dino toys. Yes! Absolutely everything there true, Blaster Bot. Thank you so much. Ray the Official, another 5 says, I'm not a lawyer, but I invoke the statute of limitations of no fudging way. Yeah, well, that's sort of, it's arbitrary how far in the past we go, right? Big Daddy Pod, $5 says, Rob's going to wipe the floor with him. He's been brought in to the grown-up debate world now. This ain't no Chad O. Jackson he's debating tonight. I hope I did you all proud. I think even he would acknowledge that I was probably a better challenge and opponent for him than maybe some of the ones he recently had. Hellstorm, $10, thanks, says, not specifically aimed at that community. Okay, problem solved. Just right. Oopsie daisy. Sorry about that. Swave we on the welfare checks. There you go. Big Daddy Pod, thanks again, $5 says, someone needs to explain to Austin that Dr. King said and my grandmother witnessed isn't an argument. Neither is repeated history lesson. Yeah. Thanks for the 5. $20 from Gully. Thank you so much as always, Gully. Look at that, Gully 46, and we're at $460. Coincidence? Yes, I would say probably. Big Daddy Pod for $10 says redlining was not the government or banks denying mortgages based on race. It was denying mortgages based on neighborhood, regardless of the race of the borrower. Exactly. So they would deny them. I should have made this more clear. What they were doing was suspecting that property values were going to decrease. And so they weren't giving mortgages out in those communities based on the demographic changes that were coming in these communities. Because they correctly, by the way, saw that when you had these segregation, or when you had these integration of communities, the people were going to be like, fuck that, I don't want this. And they would leave, which would cause the property values to decline, which means there's a good chance the bank's not going to get their money back. This was proven by the fact that in the 70s, when they were forced to give loans out for these, black defaults went through the roof. Actually, the banks were right that there would be more defaults. Now, his answer to this is, yeah, but that was because of racist whites. Okay, even if I concede that, then punish those racist whites in whatever way you can. And you really can't. They're allowed to move with their feet. But why should the banks be forced to underwrite shit that they know is going to be a loss? We see what happened in the 2008 financial crisis. We all paid the price for that shitty behavior. So, David Moore, $20 says, unfunded liabilities versus yearly budget items could account for the discrepancy in the understanding. Yes, when he was saying defense was number one. But that's why I was hoping. I too have trouble sharing source on Zoom, so I get it. But I was hoping he could share it so maybe we could look through it together, because I suspect he was reading it wrong. Big Daddy Pod for $5 again says, FDR didn't take us off the gold standard. Nixon did that. FDR began the process. True. Jork Technician, $5 says, businesses deserve the right to deny service for the same reason you never see sunscreen locked behind glass. Yeah, you know, again, the sort of God of the gaps argument. It's always, well, there's a unequal outcome. Must be racism. No. Maybe the problem is some people are being judged by the content of their character and they don't like it. David Moore, $20 says, I'll give another 20 if he says, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. If I'd have saw that, I would have said it. Big Daddy Pod again. Thanks again, man. $5 says, why is it that black leaders always are political people who endorse giving things to blacks rather than empowering them to build themselves? That was my solution. So I think I wasn't just there to shit on black people. I gave what I thought was a solution. Stop focusing on the aggrieved. We're constantly victims. Go to church. Start having families, not single mothers. Right? Accountability, policing your own communities. I think that's the way forward. I think that's what the Asians did, and they're doing very well. Kyle ran a mile, $5 says, Asians are the only group of foreigners that are a net positive on the U.S. economy. You know? I don't know if that's exactly true, but directionally, that's absolutely true. You might be able to find someone from another country, but FB, $20 says, you don't blame the son for the sins of the father. You don't burden future generations with guilt over laws, policies, or actions that they had no part in and no say over through revisionist history. That's evil. That's my argument. I totally agree. Ray the Official, $5 says, Redskins? A great football team. Robert Whaley. Thanks for being a member again, man. Always great to see you. Ray the Official, another 5 says, this dude has conservative values so long as it suits my needs. Maybe. But I'm willing to play along as long as it suits my needs. And so if it means in election season trying to convince a lot of people that share that belief that the Democratic Party is worse for them, so be it. I'm not lying when I say they'd be better off voting Republican. I just disagree on a lot of the racial stuff that they go with. Big Daddy Pod for $5 says, Austin ignores that black women, as well as other races today, have irresponsible sex and then refuse to marry because of part of the welfare system. Exactly. Again, Thomas Sowell talks about this and the data backs it up. Once the government came in and took the place of dad, and you had this cultural movement for like the free sex movement, black women took advantage. And even if they had dads that wanted involved, they understood that they received more money by the dads not being in the home. I've personally known at least one black woman that was pumping out as many babies as possible with as many fathers as possible to increase not just child support payments, but also government welfare payments. Big Daddy Pod, $5 says, Sherman's policy was not stripped away. It was never an agreement of the USA. He hasn't mouthed an argument to defend even that it was moral. Yeah, and I hope I made that point. Sherman was just a general that was like, you know, he's trying to win a war. Yeah, man, but fuck, come fight for us. 40 acres and a mule. That's not law. That's not signed legislation. That wasn't a declaration even from like the president. You know? Blasterbot $5 says, Jesus commands you give me free stuff. Don't sweat the specifics, bro. It's in the Bible, bro. Please ignore the passages about sins of the father. Yeah. David Moore, $5 says, bankruptcy is expunged every 7 years based on Old Testament, based on the year of Jubilee. Yeah, I mean, if we accept that, then he kept bringing that up like it was an argument for his side. Well, no, then the debt owed to slavery would be erased. I don't know. Wade Boggs, $10 says, Rob's reparations for debating. Thank you. Johnny McVito, $10 says, thank you for taking him back to my question. He won't pay for my ancestors, so he should not have an issue with us not paying for them. I was shocked when he was like, yeah, white people get reparations too if they helped us in the Jim Crow movement. I mean, if you're just looking at the prompt of the debate and it was, should we have race-based reparations, doesn't that tell you all you need to know? If he's like, and also white, some white, then it's clearly even in his advocacy more than just race-based. OG2N, 5 memberships gifted. Thank you. Really appreciate it, man. And David Morgan, thanks for 10. Says, how about giving freed blacks the entire country in Africa on the coast? Like, see, you brought it up. Yeah, I was trying to find a way to work that in. Like, we've played this game. Yeah, well said. Birdie the dog, 5 months member, says, robnoerr is not a bench warmer. Yeah, I didn't get what he was saying with that, but okay, whatever. I didn't take offense to it. OG2 again for $5 says, respiration for your suffrage, Rob. God bless and hope all is well. All is well. Great. I had a great time streaming tonight, and all's well in my life, man. Caleb, $2 says, here's your reparations. Hit that like button. Yes, thank you. Chad of the month, Jim Hayes again. Thank you, sir. $20. Great stuff, Rob. 100% spinning facts. Love your work. Not one step back. Thank you. A lot of fun. I hope I do you all proud. I got to tell you, there's pressure I put on myself to not want to fail you guys. I don't so much mind if I lose a debate. I lost all the time in college. But I don't want to fail you all on an issue that you would agree with me on. So I hope I do you all proud. The crazy 987, $5 says, in 2023, total official developmental assistance to Africa from all global donors was approximately $73.6 billion. The United States is a major contributor. Oh, we continue to pay for it. But there's very little gratitude given. One of the arguments I was making is if I could show that $75 billion a year flow from predominantly white taxpayers to blacks in the form of welfare, and you can't even acknowledge that, you're just like, whatever, I don't consider that. That's no big deal. Doesn't it seem that like there's no amount of money that would ever make them go like, oh, thank you so much. Now we're whole. 3.75 trillion isn't enough to even get it in the conversation. Yeah. Dataless Gecko Actual, $10 says, W Rob, not one step back. Thank you. Mr. Zach Gelpy, $20. Thank you as always. Says, good job, Rob. Thank you, man. Hey, $2 says, awesome job. Not one step back. Thank you. Kristen gives 20. Thank you so much. Says, great points. Wish you got more time as well. Yeah, I was having fun. I don't know. I don't think I was going to convince him, but I think that I did well enough that maybe there's some folks in his community that'd be like, I don't know. Guys sounded good. Proctologist, $5 says, I'd love to see a round 2 if he's willing on the same topic. I would do it, even if he just wanted to come over on my channel. Hockey Puck Chuck, $20 says, since Andrew's Wi-Fi is down, you get my money. Thanks for the debate. Listen, maybe I sabotaged his Wi-Fi. And maybe he'll never be able to get it back up because his donors are now donating to me, thus completing a cycle of him never being able to get the Wi-Fi up, which means his audience continues to donate to me. Brilliant. Don't tell Andrew, though. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Searsight, $5 says, good evening, Rob. Good evening to you. Intel Wild, $10 says, damn, Rob, you kicked his posterior. Thank you. I thought I did well. Joseph Romano, $10 and blessings upon you. Thank you. Smoky Bear Bad, $10 says coffee. 3 Irish creams. Not tonight. Intel Wild, $5 says Rob kicked butt. I think that is a Rob kicked, and then there's a foot. The shit out of him. Thank you. Really appreciate it, man. And then lastly, Truth Found, $5 says, I think he trained his prosody to sound as closely to Martin Luther King as possible. There is the, I don't know what that word means, but I can intuit that it means like sort of the stylistic way that he's talking. I know what you're talking about. What we see is these people were given the rawest of deals. And we, at the very least, could make right what our forefathers failed upon. Shit like that. I just sound like Booger from fucking Revenge of the Nerds, so I'm not capable of, you know. There was this debate guy. It's a true story. There was this radical black activist debate guy. He's from the University of Louisville. In fact, let me look this up real quick. I don't want to slander someone. Give me 1 second. There was a scandal about this coach from the University of Louisville. What am I doing? Screwing this up. All right. So there was this Louisville debate coach, and he was very much that same way. He was a black activist. I won't say his name, but he was very much like I remember I judged a round one time, and he came in. He thought I was going to vote against his team because I was like this right winger, and his team argued this bullshit, like race fucking bullshit. And unfortunately, the other team did terrible. Instead of like looking into my judge philosophy and just arguing normal, they went along with the crazy bullshit, and they lost. But the coach, he came in and was ready to yell at me because that's one of the things these people try to do, intimidate you. Which, I mean, I'm a pussy, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to like that stuff, like, yeah, man, I don't give a fuck. You can come yell in my face and I'm going to be like, care, fuck off. So I always thought it was amusing when people would try that with me. I just didn't give a fuck. Anyways, he comes in and he's pleased that I voted for his team. And I'll never forget, I laughed right in this fucking dude's face. Like, the other team I voted against is like yelling at me and I'm explaining my decision. And he says, now he has no place to speak. He shouldn't be saying shit. At this point, once the judge gives his decision, it's supposed to be the judge and the debaters. And maybe the coach says one or two things like real quick. But he goes, let's talk about isms. And I was just like, and he's like, what? I was like, no, go ahead. We're going to talk about isms. Okay. You know, that dude got arrested for, I'll just read what the AI says. He was arrested and charged with first-degree arson, assault, and wanton endangerment. Police reports allege that after a fight with his wife, during which he reportedly threw her on a couch, he tossed her coat onto a stove and turned it on while she and the children were in the home. His wife filed domestic violence order against him, saying she feared for safety. There's no record of conviction, so I'm not sure. But it was interesting because this guy was this moral. And what you saw is, like, I was happy to get into this because Austin said in his previous debate that he found himself the victim of racism, and he explained the story. And his story was something tantamount to this. He did this sort of speaking event, and he knew that he was the best. But they gave the award to he took second, and they gave the award to a white girl. And he knew that she wasn't better than him, and when he looked at the points, he saw that he had more points, but they just purposely didn't give him first place because he's black. Now, I would say to that story, in my best guess, I can't prove it, is probably not an accurate reflection of the facts. If you were going to cheat someone for racism, I don't think that you would give them the highest score. That'd be the equivalent of you're like, well, I'm a Russian judge and I'm judging figure skating and I'm going to give the Russian the gold medal. You wouldn't give the American higher points than the Russian. You'd give her lower points. And then you could say, see, the Russian had the higher points. Why would you give more points to second place? It makes no sense to me. He then goes on to say, they said he violated the rules. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. His speech was too long or something to that effect. That was his example of racism. Buddy, have I got a story to tell you if that's your racism? Want to hear about the fucking rounds that I lost because I was a white man? Or that I was fucking forced to defend my whiteness directly? Over and over and over in the debate community? And one of the things you would see all the time was, it's pathetic, and you've all seen the footage of the one year the national champions were these, and the one style debate were these two black women, and they could barely get a sentence out. It's pathetic. The fucking, de facto affirmative action of some of these black teams was a fucking joke. Now, there were black teams that were very good, don't get me wrong, but you would see teams that were wretched, and even if they lost, the judges would be like, but I just think you're such great speakers. I gave you really high individual speaker points so you could get individual awards. It's a fucking joke. So, I mean, if that's the barrier for experiencing racism, I just kind of looked at it like, fuck these people. It's in this game that I'm in, and you just play the game and you try your best. But, I mean, my goodness, dude, I'm telling you, you give a speech, right? It's a debate. I've talked about this, but affirmative goes 9 minutes. Then there's a 3-minute cross-ex. The negative goes 9 minutes. I can't tell you how many times. I mean, I'm not shitting you. It had to be at least 15 to 20 times. I debated these teams all throughout my career, and that you would give your speech, and the very first thing they would ask you in cross-ex is, why haven't you acknowledged your privilege as a white man? And then I'd be like, okay, what's my privilege? Oh, whiteness. What's whiteness? And then basically it'd be money and power. And then I'd have to be like, okay, where do you go to school? You go to University of Louisville? That's pretty cool. Everyone I know has heard of Louisville and University of Louisville. I go to Clarion. Have you ever heard of Clarion? That's the cheapest state school in Pennsylvania, basically. Did you get a scholarship? Oh, you got a full ride? Yeah, I work at fucking Burger King 40 hours a week to help pay my tuition. Oh, you drive a car? You have a Jaguar? Cool. I drive a 92 Chevy Cavalier that if it rains, it won't turn on, and I've had to walk miles because the motherfucker things breaks down on me all the time. We didn't have electric at my house with my roommate for 2 months during the winter because the money I was going to use for it, I had to send to my parents to get a furnace because I had a sister that was 20 years younger than me and an infant, and their furnace blew up. All this shit, man. It was just, it's like, what are you talking about, man? They talked about me like I was the fucking Nepo kid at Harvard. I'm like, I'm a fucking redneck. Yeah, well, you've never been arrested. Fuck you. Yes, I have. Yeah, well, no one in your family's ever done hard jail time. My cousin's in jail for murder. My aunt spent fucking 5 years in the clink for selling coke. Don't tell me. You don't know shit. But, that's what you dealt with. They would fucking come in, and I would just be like, I'm not going to let you fucking demean me like I'm some piece of shit racist. Fuck you. If you want to have a talk and a debate, I'm game. But I'm not going to sit here and listen to you berate me. Fuck all that. I don't need it. I'll walk the fuck out. You guys can have fun for the next 2 hours. Not my deal. And, I mean, so I've heard it over and over again. You'd never hear it the other way. Ever. You would have been drummed out of the community if you were like, hey, as a black person, want to speak to the fact that you're 47 times more likely to commit violence against a white than vice versa? Would you like to comment? The judge would stop the round. You can't fucking say that. That's racism. You're out. And so there's so much of it built up in me that now I'm not restrained by having to represent a school or having to placate to some ridiculous left-wing judge, that I could just be like, yeah, fuck you, man. I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my parents. I'm proud of their parents. And I'm proud of the forefathers of this country that shared my ethnicity. And fuck you if you disagree. That's what I think. Now, race was never eminently important to me. Family was. But now that I see how many people want to attack me for my race, okay, now it's important. So my only regret is I didn't realize it sooner. It's not a game I was particularly gung-ho to play. I was fine. Going into circa 2006, where race relations seemed to be getting better, I didn't give a shit. Didn't come up. I had a black roommate. Never came up. I mean, we're both sort of alcoholics, but didn't come up. I love the dude. He's fucking smart as shit. Great guy. Still, haven't seen him for a while, but good friend. Probably he'd not be a fan. There'd be a motherfucker give me a run on a reparations debate. I'd still win, though, but he's smart. He's a smart guy. David Moore, $5 says, sounds like a great premise for a film. In a racist debate world, the first black debate team. See, I used to do that shit. So my black roommate guy, we were going to capitalize on this. I was going to make a beer pong movie. And it was going to be like he was this great like college frat bro beer pong player. So he tries out for like the national team and they won't have him because he's black. It's like all these, well, and so then like, you know, he finds some old wise black man that used to be an excellent beer pong player, but now he's fallen on hard times because of racism and he's in the streets. And then, you know, he runs into an unlikely like white partner that doesn't really care for black people, and they work together and they become the national beer pong champions. It's just the silliest fucking race slop. It's like, yeah, we'll capitalize on that. Take race slop idea, my racism, put it in an activity that hasn't been done yet. Print gold. You know? We're fucking ready to roll. Intel Wild, $5 says, Rob, you should have recommended him a book called I'm Speaking Now. Yeah, it's a good one. Oh, did I miss a raid over here? Maybe. I'm trying to keep up on Rumble. No, I don't think so. Well, thank you, all you Rumblers. Anyways, it was a fun debate. Are gingers a race? They're not human. They're soulless. So no. You have to be human to be considered a race. Poor gingers. All right. Now, we have reached the time in the show where we grift money. So for all of you that are leaving, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the debate. Tomorrow, 10 p.m., we'll be doing a regular show. Should be a lot of fun. Reminder to everyone, starting next week, next Tuesday, we're going to do a daytime call-in show again, unless something crazy happens. So I'll keep you updated on that. As far as this portion of the show, I have this stupid whip song. It's dumb. We made a bunch of different versions. Every $100 donation at the end of the night gets a whip song. Now that I've officially started to mention it, a single $100 donation will spin the wheel to play a song. If we get, every time we get over $100 mark, like 600, 700, that's another song. So you could donate $66 and hear a whip song, or you could donate $100 and hear two, because we crossed 600 plus you donated 100 individual. We have, I think, only one song that I owe. Just a one. Just one. So I will play that. Man, did I have fun tonight, though. I've been itching for just a debate like that, because so much now is, and I'm not saying it's wrong. Don't take this the wrong way. I appreciate debates, period. But I don't know if it's obvious. I'm not really a deep philosophical thinker. I'm more like, even there, like, I imagine I could have started this debate like this. You're making an ought claim. Where's your moral framework come from? You know? I imagine I could have done that, but I was just like, nah, let's dive in. Kyle Random Mile, $6. Thank you so much. We're now exactly $50 away from another whip song. But let's play this first, see if it enthuses or drives people out of here. Let's see what we got. I have a feeling it'll be terrible. I was right. Enjoy your punk mashup.
There's a way where there's a way, there's a way. Says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a way, there's a way. 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 Crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Ooh. That one slapped. It slapped. Listen, I'll give you a freebie real quick because I have to go to the restroom. So I'll give you a freebie, but it's not a whip song. It's for our great chat of the month, Jim Hayes. I would be remiss if I didn't play the great chat of the month song. You too, next month, will have your opportunity, I guess this month, later in the month, to become chat of the month and get your own badass song made and reminded to everyone that you're chat of the month. So I'm going to play it while I go to the restroom. I will be right back, though.
No shake in his frame, while the room ran wild, he kept his name. Eyes on the prize, feet on the floor. He did what he said, then gave them more. They threw the pressure high, he never bent. He held that line and knew what it meant. One step, one breath, he stayed in view. When the whole night cracked, he broke right through. Jim Hayes, chat of the month. Jim Hayes, standing up front. Jim Hayes, won it clean, won it strong, won it right. Jim Hayes, stood strong and owned the night. The headlines spun fast, the crowd got loud. stayed tall through the mess that day. No backing down, no losing face. He turned that fear into first place. Jimmy's Chat of the Month.
Oh no.
Jimmy's standing up front. Jimmy's one it clean, one it strong, one it right. Jimmy's stood strong and owned the night.
Oh, excellent. Smoky Bear Bad, $5 says coffee. 3 Fist Black. Thank you. Wade Boggs, $50. Unreal. Says can't pass up a half price whip song. Thank you. One more in the queue. And then Searsight, $5 for the chair dono. Sorry, I really was holding in a pee. I try not to get up during the debates. It's important. Try to keep my train of thought. All right, we owe another. The Jim Hayes song is pretty badass. You too. I didn't even give him a single clip. That's funny. Oh, country. OG whip song. For my man David Allan Coe that passed away. Love David Allan Coe. Rest in peace, man.
Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip. There's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, whip, 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 whip. Got the crack on the back, says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Oh my goodness. What a great night. Well, we're $90 away from another whip song. If we don't get there, that's okay. It's been a great night. I would line these debates up every fucking night if I could. I love it. I'm very happy with how I think I won convincingly, but that's not even the point. It very much went in the direction that I wanted it to. Wasn't a lot of yelling and screaming. Wasn't too bad on the interruption front. Started to get a little dicey there in the Q&A section, but yeah. And I hope that I still left it open, that I want his audience to keep voting the same way that I want to vote, want them to vote. So, all good, all good. Now, let's see. Is that what we want? No. That's wrong. That's wrong. Wrong button. Boy, oh boy. I went to church this morning. Catholic Mass. And it was the crowning of Mary. It's Teacher Appreciation Day at my son's school, Catholic school. And so we went, and our priest is Nigerian. And he's very difficult to understand, but he seems like a very nice guy. And he also seems like not the guy that gave me crypto advice and took my X account. Look at that. You can't even say I went to Catholic church. Heretic. I'm not Catholic, but, you know. $5 for wrongfully. What's up, my man? Says to see Crowder made a video about Fuentes and his take on voting Democrat. I did not. My guess is Crowder has a similar take to me. I don't believe he's related to Coach Mim, the priest. No. Coach Mim. I'll never forget the tyranny of Coach Mim running roughshod on my damn X account. Oh my God. Okay. Discord. I could post the Discord link. Maybe. Maybe that's something I could do. What the hell do we got going on here? This damn Zoom thing. Go away, Zoom. Go away, Firefox. What the hell are you doing up? I don't use Firefox. Discord. Oh. Invite to server. Copy. Here. Discord link. This should work. By the way, shout out to Avarice. He's been working a lot on the Discord channel there. I use Brave. DuckDuckGo pissed me off when they came out and were like, oh, we have to steer people away from extremism. Fuck you! All right. Well, if the donations cease to exist here, that's okay. It's all right, Are We Not Men? No problem, man. Take it easy. I'll get out of here early. Get out of your hair, and I could raid over to the great Ryan Mullally. '72 version. What? So we're going to raid over there. Yeah, women could roam the Discord, of course. We're not going to leave Avarice strangled with those rules here. No drama, though. I don't like the drama from anyone. Well, I need like a sad going away song. Our time has came to an end tonight. I'm gonna go to sleep. Wow. I want to thank my opponent, Austin. By the way, if you want to check his channel out, it's on YouTube, Austin Off Script. Thank you to Big Mike moderating, and also James Coons at Modern Day Debate for putting it all together. Thank you to my moderators for keeping shit rolling while I was debating and I couldn't pay attention. Thanks to my buddy Avarice and my editor Black Elk. Now I know Black Elk, I can't figure out the zooming in on Zoom, so I'm sorry for my editor. That's what it was. Everyone who donated money, thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. And everyone who liked the stream, chatted on the stream, or did none of that and just watched. Thank you all. I really appreciate it all. Really, 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 my pleasure to do these debates and stuff. And I hope that you get some sort of information, enjoyment, something to put on in the background while you're working, or, you know, whatever. I'll take anything. Thank you. So, Ian fails a mod tonight. You're fine, are we not, man? Don't worry about it, man. Shit happens. But yeah, we'll be praying for you, man. So, look, it didn't come up tonight, but take a moment, and every night we do these shows, just think about these political discussions we have and how so many people on the left will cheer on our death like they did with Charlie Kirk. Never forget that's what the stakes are. He's a real human being that was out there trying to do the right thing, and now his children are going to grow up without a father. And what do you get for his troubles? Mocked after his death for it. So never forget. That's the stakes that we're facing. So say a prayer tonight for Charlie and his family. Say hello to Ryan Mullally when you get over there. Thank you to whoever the person is that's about to donate $50 on the way out. You're the best. Trust me, you're the best. And we'll see you all tomorrow night. Thank you guys so much. We'll talk to you soon. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things, for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.